Okay.
Speakers, that'll help.
Hey, now I can hear you. That's better.
Welcome.
Hey.
You guys can hear me, right?
Okay.
Grynner, can you hear me? Grynner, can you hear me?
Now I can hear you, yes.
Hey, that's better. Okay, that was just stupid.
What'd you do?
You would think that the default settings in your computer, that when you only have one microphone that you ever plug into it, and there's only one microphone on your computer, would be the microphone that you plug in. Well, no, apparently not.
It has to be obstinate.
Yes, it does.
Technology is, we think.
Like KSpri, you need to adjust the sensitivity of your microphone. It's picking up all your background noise as well. And it's just keeping your mic open all the time. If you would, please.
Is that better?
So far, that works.
I mean, if you hear ice clinking and glasses, well, tough.
I'm not gonna yell at you for that one.
Trying to actually remember what was the last one I was in. Here it is. I was in 2019-02, and the Meadows in the Bloom. That was the last one that J-Pop was a part of.
Well, that would have been 2 missions ago.
Yeah, I'm not too far removed from when you guys last played. I was just thinking, it's like, I don't know if I've because I mean, I definitely haven't bought anything, so she's not changed at all. So that makes, I'm sure, life easier for me. But yeah.
Yes, life easier for me too. Yeah, the only one we played in the meantime would have been the Seen It All Before last session.
Is that the party death one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, not everybody died.
No, Ulrich and Spry, right?
Something like that, yeah. That's yeah, somebody like that. I don't remember exactly who did. Whoever rushed the Godzilla character died. Yeah, that was KSpri. Yeah, that was Spree.
Skater Boy, Skater 8.
Skate, yeah, Skate. That's right.
So you were the Decker. Right?
No, Skate was that was Tolric. He was playing that one.
Gotcha.
I do assume that with time passing that everybody's healed up and ready to go again, correct?
Correct.
This is good.
I see it now. Like J-pop completely missed this. She'll come back and say, "Hey guys, what? Oh my god, what happened?"
Exactly.
Hmm.
Well, I know that our Basil's going to be a little late,
Yeah.
but I'm kind of surprised that the other guys are.
Who else is missing?
Sand?
Silver is not in here, and Sandcastle.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, your mic is still picking up background noise, Spry.
Maybe you need to turn the sensitivity down on it or something like that in the settings.
Yeah, you could try either adjusting the settings in Discord or the settings in Windows.
All right, well, Sandcastle's coming. He's just wrapping up work.
Well, we got a few, so I'm gonna take this time to step away for a minute and grab a drink. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, let's take 5 and see what happens, and hopefully everybody will be here by then.
All right. Mm.
Do. Spree, you're still. I'm still picking up a lot of background noise from you, just from it sitting around and going, and just from noise around you picking up.
Okay. Yeah. trying to reduce the mic and keep the.
You may have to turn on, start using push to talk. Do you know how to do that?
Not yet. I'm learning. Oh, I was looking at devices, hoping like I said, I might be able to change something there.
Hola.
Hello.
Hola.
Easier question for you. If I do, I can still hear, I just can't, correct?
Yes, correct. You can't talk unless you're pushing and holding down the button.
It's my favorite, except when I'm doing stuff for work because there's no push to talk, which means I keep pushing it, nothing happens.
They do the same thing. And every time I hit Control C or Control V or whatever, and it always pops up and activates my microphone.
Yep. But it's a small price to pay.
Truth. Alright, still waiting on Silver. I'm kind of surprised he's not here yet. But we may end up just going without him. Even though he's the face, which kind of sucks for you guys, but
What if I have the spirit use influence to pay us all the money?
the spirit's going to pay you all the money?
No, the Johnson. That would be cheating.
Yeah, but it would definitely be something Grynner or you would do.
I would
Mostly
not.
Grynner. Mostly Grynner.
I resent that remark.
I
Hey,
resemble that remark.
We've got other options for substitute faces. That's not a big deal.
Yeah, isn't J-pop really charismatic?
Yep.
no.
Yep.
She's currently buffed to be charismatic, and if anything happens to that spell, her charisma drops to a 1.
Nice. Well, what
No.
you could do is hack them and make them pay us more.
Exactly.
Yeah, that
Hack
would
the
go
They're in your favor.
great.
hack the comlink as they're slotting in the cred stick to pay you, and just increase the payout by 2,000 new yen or something like that.
Let's move the decimal point.
Yeah, exactly.
But don't cred sticks usually have like a set amount on them?
Not
My luck,
necessarily. They still have to fill them somehow.
yeah, but I thought they I thought they were more like a prepaid credit card than an actual like live thing. So I figured,
Yeah, but maybe they're paying us with one that they're not filling, and then we can just fill it.
so I would.
Although the
hacking
savvy
their
Johnson would be
bank
like,
account.
I'm going to pay you in a collection of 500 new yen credit sticks, so that way it limits the damage.
Right, or something like that. So, I mean, it is. I'm just, I'm just like, I don't think it's ever been like established exactly how they work. Just, hey, here are cred sticks so that you don't have to do live financial transactions, which would be weird in a game that's all about like erasing your footprint from anything you do.
Yeah, I mean, the gift card thing is pretty accurate because you can get ones that are linked to your actual bank account, which are more like bank cards. But You can get prepaid ones, which are just anonymous money.
And I know you can slot them into your comlink and whatnot and do a live transfer right then and there. So
Yeah, but that's with the funds that are already on the stick,
no,
and that's just from person. Oh,
You
really?
can be a professional and put them in escrow.
no, yeah, you can. If you have your at least my envisioning of this and my understanding of it is that when you log into your comlink and put your official legal SIN information, all your bank account information, all that kind of crap is tied to your comlink, and you can slot a cred stick into a comlink and transfer however much money you want over into it whenever you want to.
Okay.
Sure.
I mean, I guess I'm trying to think. There would have to be and sorry if I'm kind of thinking more like real world as opposed to like the fictional world. But like anytime that you would establish that connection, there's going to be some kind of trail. So like unless you broke it up or you literally like made a hard stop at the fund reload for that cred stick and so forth. Sorry,
So
I guess it wouldn't be in real time because then they would see the transaction as it happens, even if there's like a stop point between like from your transaction to the cred stick, from the cred stick to the runner.
So are you
Still,
thinking of the cred stick as a credit card that can access the other person's account at any point in time? Is that what you're thinking it is?
no, that's the opposite of what I'm saying.
Yeah, correct.
I'm saying that you load it at some point in the past, it's done. I mean, you can reload it later, but it never has like an active way of connecting. Like you have to and this is what I was talking about when we say we slot it in, we pay the runner. Sure, but while it's slotted in to pay the runner, it's not slotted to talk or receive funds from your bank account at the same time. That's what I would presume.
So the way they're typically depicted is almost like a transit card where you have a discrete account and you can load it with as many credits, effectively money, as you want. And then when it expires or you expend it, you can refill it. Just like any other card, except if it's a proper cred stick, then you can do it directly to your account, and that's
So in other words,
certified.
but it also isn't anonymized.
Sure. So what it sounds like is that a cred stick is a catch-all for credit cards, bank cards, gift cards.
Well, they specify the different kinds. There's certified cred, which are just like gift cards, basically.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Except if it were technically gift cards, they'd be loaded with corpse script, and you could only spend them in one place.
Correct.
Which should be
So if your thought was that every time if your thought was that every time you want to spend Mr. Johnson's money after he gives you the cred stick, that the money is just sitting in his account, and every time you slot that cred stick at the purchase kiosk, that it then goes out and accesses the allocated funds on to that cred stick? Okay, good, because that's not how I'm envisioning it at all.
No, I meant more along the lines of you take a cred stick, it has up to a certain value that it can hold.
Yep.
You can load up to that point on the cred stick.
Yep.
And then normally, because I shouldn't say all the time or even half the time, because I actually have no idea how frequently you meet a Johnson in person versus doing it virtually. But even if they're using a cred stick, that cred stick has only what it's preloaded with, because that's the kind they're going to use, regardless if they're physically handing you the cred stick or they use that same cred stick with a transfer between, say, my deck and your comlink or whatever. It's what's limited on there. It was preloaded. It's not actively doing anything except transferring money from that stick to your cred stick or your bank account or your account in the Cayman Islands.
I would agree with that statement.
Okay. That's why I was saying that I don't think we could, unless he had more money on the cred stick than he was originally willing to pay us, hacking the cred stick doesn't do anything.
It depends on the Johnson how they're trying to do it. If they
Exactly.
are usually kind of a lower tech or lower sophistication operation, then yeah, they might just have a bag of like 500 yen cred sticks. But if it's a corporate Johnson, usually it's like, I'm going to put aside this much from my operational budget, and it's going to go into escrow. And when you finish the job, I will release it. And if you don't finish the job, I will take it back.
Okay.
And if that's the case, then all you have to do is modify the number on the account, basically. It's not a common or good way to do it, because if they catch you, then, bad things. But
yeah, the other thought that I had is, as they're standing right in front of you, you finish the job, you're waiting for payment. He slots a cred stick into his comm link, and the sly hacker that thinks he's not getting paid enough hacks into the comm link as that transfer is being created and adds a 0 right before the decimal point at the end, right before it transfers over to the cred stick. And instead of 10,000 new yen, you end up getting 100,000 new yen. And the Johnson's...
And you run away real fast before he gets called.
Exactly.
I will catch that.
And I'm saying that sometimes it is depicted in the stories and in the missions that they are literally programming the cred stick and handing it out to you.
Yeah, it's a common thing with like neo-anarchists or even some like syndicates, gangers, like people who don't have an operational budget.
Sure.
Yeah,
sure.
But they also list in the stories and whatnot. I have always heard that hacking one of those transactions in order to change the value is near impossible because of the level of encryption and whatnot that goes through. Even though you can see everything going on right on the comm link right there that the person's plugging the numbers in, it's hard to change it just by hand wavium plot armor or whatever you want to call it.
So the usual statement is that you can't counterfeit new yen via cred sticks because that encryption is too complex or non-fungible or whatever. But in principle, if what you were trying to do is just make the transaction a different number, then you could do something like a resonance veil or spoof command on the comm link or whatever. And
there you go.
You're not hacking anything, or rather, you're not decrypting anything. You're just having them give you a different number.
There you go. J-Pop could totally do that.
What you got to do is have him write up a digital contract where we put in a number and then edit that file later and be like, you told us that we were getting that much. He's like, I didn't, but it's in writing. You did.
In missions,
This is what happens if you don't have a face.
in missions, you kind of get hand wavium on that. If you're actually playing in a campaign, that's a good way to have a Johnson be and a company be very upset with you.
But it's also a great way for a GM to bring additional stuff into play later on for keeping the storyline alive.
True.
RP value. All right. So I'm going to say that Silver, if he decides to show up, he is going to catch up and jump in at that point in time. And I know Cowabunga is going to be late, perhaps approximately another half an hour or so. So we will not be waiting for him, but we will get started here unless you guys have any complaints.
The rent is too damn high.
Well, you're the one who chose the medium lifestyle.
No, I didn't.
Oh, well, fine. You chose the high lifestyle.
No, I didn't.
Luxury? Really?
Now that would be pretty funny.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody playing a normal game of Shadowrun who's ever had a luxury lifestyle.
I don't think
I could
so
see
either.
it as a good way to end a mission because it's like, if I survive this, I'm going to live on a boat forever. Bye.
I mean, like a campaign? Like just
Yeah.
straight up campaign?
Ending a campaign, yeah, sure, that I can see.
Yeah, I had a character that was high, but it never in missions because I did it by using... What's that thing where it automatically pays for it?
Oh, the day job or whatever.
No, not day job. Not that it's important. It's just it's banned in missions play. It's a like one of the qualities. It's
Oh, the
trust fund, I
What?
think.
Oh, trust fund gives you money, but they don't pay for a lifestyle. I mean, they can pay for a lifestyle, but not a luxury.
No, not luxury. She had high.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess. I don't remember how much money you get from trust fund. I think there's a couple tiers.
there's 4 tiers, and one of them I think does give you. I think one of them does give you high.
Yeah, it's I mean, this is like I said, this is very much a tangent, not terribly relevant, but
Well, that actually gives me an excuse. I actually have to go to the bathroom, and we'll start when I get back.
okay. My usual source for making a quick and easy Google search for trust for positive qualities is not operational at the moment. Oh wait, there it goes. All right, trust fund, trust fund, trust fund.
What is your usual source for?
A Dragon 202. It's
Oh, that's a reference site.
right. There's another one that I used to use, but so there's 4 tiers. They're 5, 10, 15, or 20 karma. 15 karma is the one that income covers a high lifestyle with a 1,000 new yen left over. 20 karma only covers a middle, but gives you more money.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And you also have to possess the center quality.
Yep.
So either national or corporate.
Yep. A lot of things do that, like day job too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can totally figure out ways to get high or luxury. It's usually on like a monthly basis because if you want it permanent, you're talking either a quality or times 100 purchase.
Right. Because it gets. I had my previous character in missions. I had like very few things I was looking to buy after the fact. I think mostly because I didn't have a lot of books, so I was like, I think I'm done buying. So I started just getting a high quality because I just thought it was cool. And then like as I got more and more books, I was like, I should have saved my money. Oof.
All right.
Okay.
All right, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Rolling up in my van.
All right. After a week of biscuit, you're all in. No, you're not in Kentucky. Oh.
Are we not?
Well, you kind of are. You were in in the last session. You guys were down in South America,
Brazil, Argentina.
Brazil, or
Godzilla
something like that. Yeah, Godzilla Town, exactly. So let's just say you were back in Kentucky after that debacle.
Debacle. It was great, except for somebody almost dying.
2 people almost
No,
dying.
somebody did die.
Yeah,
One
he did.
almost.
That's true.
I thought Skater
He
Boy or
came real close.
Skate
Yeah,
actually
Skate.
survived.
Yeah, he actually survived. He had 1 box left.
Yes. We after looking at everything, he did have 1 box of body overflow left, so he didn't die. He was just really, really close. He's not dead yet.
Yeah,
That's a good thing
saw
we
the
brought his
train
body
in the
back.
tunnel,
This is true.
so.
All
He's
right.
been in the hospital for a while.
Very true. All right.
And just as a general thing, tonight's drink of choice is Lindemann's Framboise.
It's what of choice?
Drink of
Drink.
choice,
I just cracked
Lindemann's
open.
Framboise.
I just cracked open a mango sorbet mead.
Ew.
It's delicious.
If
Try
you've
me or
never,
bust.
if you've never had the Lindemann's, I highly recommend it. It's basically it's a Belgian lambic that once it's done, they add a bunch of fruit to it, and then they re-ferment it.
That sounds good.
My
You have to send me the
my
link
two
for
favorites.
Gee, I feel like some kind of Hoosier. I'm just drinking a big old pitcher of whiskey and water.
that. Hey, what kind of whiskey?
I think it's Canadian Mist, Canadian Club.
Oh,
something Canadian.
you heathen!
You are a heathen with that. Come on, man.
Hey, if it's a pitcher, you don't want to use the good stuff.
This is true. This is true.
Hey,
Especially if you're
you
mixing
know,
it with water.
You
do
spend
the
a
job.
nickel on it, and you get what you pay for.
Yeah, well, hey, you're enjoying it, and that's all that matters, right?
Hey, after the second pitcher, it all tastes the same.
All right. Yeah, this is it's mango mead with a hint of black pepper, and you get that just on the very back end of your as it's going down your throat, and it tastes awesome.
Yeah, the black pepper is a winning choice, that's for sure.
Yeah, sophistication. I'm not sure I'm qualified.
All right. After a week of biscuits and gravy, fried chicken, and sweet tea, you've had to switch to the next notch on your belt. But the food has been so good. Checking your bank account, you see you're running a little low on spreading around cash. About time to contact your fixer for another job. For the second time in a month, your comlink rings, and on the scene you see a smiling troll's face. You're starting to think that he may have a spirit or sprite following you. No one can be that good. Except for maybe J-Pop. Picking up the call, you hear the familiar voice of Broadside, your friendly neighborhood Johnson. Hey, chummer, you interested in a job? What am I saying? Of course you are. I know you're broke again. Chuckling a bit to himself. Tell you what, come down to the Renfro Valley Barn Fance. What's a fance? Anyways.
Maybe dance?
No, the Renfro?
The wrong button?
Very possible.
I'm from the Deep South, and I've never heard the word fance before, so I don't
F-A-N-C-E. Weird.
Considering
Anyways.
D is right next to F.
Yeah, but
usually that's Southern shorthand for fancy pants, but you know.
That was even.
No.
Let's look at the other letters around the letter F. R rants wouldn't make any sense. Yance, Yance, Vance. Yeah, exactly. Anyways, Renfro Valley Barn Fance. Anyways, and hear me out. I'll slot you a solid 1K. You hear? You interested?
Just to show up.
Just to show up and listen.
Sure.
I like the way this guy operates.
All right, fine.
Plus, I am deeply concerned or curious as to what a fance is. So,
Yeah, only one way to find out.
all right.
Yeah, that just that itself will make us show up, or at least me.
All right. Oh, let's see. Perfect. And he sends a 1,000 new yen wiretap towards you right at the moment. The advance from Broadside is a good face payment for your time and trouble to travel to Renfro Valley, Kentucky, in order to hear his pitch for the real job. Why the hell am I reading this? Because I shouldn't be reading this. Anyways. Regardless, he says that once you get down here, we'll let you know the real deal and real situation, and see if you're interested at that point in time. Let's see. Since things are supposed to kick off once the deal is closed, he tells you to pack for action and dress for travel. Also, he says that once you get here, we'll have transport available for you if you don't have a vehicle available.
I technically have a van, but I mean,
we'll take free transport.
Is it in Neo Tokyo or is it here?
I mean, I can't remember.
Yeah, the transport over here doesn't transport vehicles, so
then I would presume no, it's not here.
I could probably do motorcycles if you guys wanted a motorcycle. I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Does it use the same skill for driving it?
For what? Pilot Groundcraft, yeah.
Okay,
Well,
I can drive.
I know I didn't bring my motorcycle. When we came over, somebody brought one large vehicle. Bakemono, maybe?
Oh no, he just rides a spirit everywhere.
Yeah.
I don't think we brought a large vehicle because
I don't think anybody did. Yeah,
somebody might have brought a motorcycle. I don't know. I think doesn't Cowabunga usually have like a big, like a troll hammer or something?
Bakemono has a troll hammer, not a troll hammer, the Harley Davidson Scorpion.
You mean Cowabunga?
Yeah, sorry, not wrong. One person, correct. You are right. My apologies. You big trolly metatypes all look the same.
Bakemono's not that big. Racist.
I think we just take the free transportation and move on.
Yeah, let's just do that.
All right. And you guys are correct. It is the dance, because down in the the next part, the behind the scenes section, it does say Renfro Valley Barn Dance. So, okay. I'm gonna edit that so I change it so I can know what I'm talking about.
And I definitely want to put my fancy pants on before I go inside.
You guys don't need to bring any. You're already here, so you have all your stuff. Not a problem. So yeah, okay. Next.
All right.
Meeks.
Next. All right. Traveling down the interstate from Lexington, the grass-covered hills of central Kentucky transition into the high hills of the Knobs. Long ago, when the ice sheet that formed the region's gentle hills stopped its slow march southward and receded north, it left the Knobs as the boundary of its journey. Pulling off the exit ramp, you enter into Renfro Valley, one of the cuts formed 13 millennia ago. On the hillside overlooking the valley stands a white-sided diner. An AR sign with 3 singing hillbillies proudly welcome visitors to the Limestone Diner. A large porch running the entire length of the structure overlooks the valley floor. Several chairs gently rock along its length, along with a few tables covered in red gingham tablecloths. This must be the place.
Are we headed to the barn dance?
You know, this has been kind of a reoccurring theme in this particular series, that it tells you to go to one place, and then when it describes the place, it's describing something completely different. So just go with it for the moment.
Okay.
Maybe the dance is taking place inside. Who knows?
Well, I've never actually seen a barn dance. I've seen people dance inside of barns, but this could be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, magic makes all sorts of things happen these days.
Yeah, but can you imagine the level of the drain on an animate barn spell? That would just be a bitch.
Well, what was the construction mystic foreman probably could have been able to do it.
True. The otherwise worthless feat.
That's anything but worthless. That thing's so good. It's absurdly good.
It is absurdly good if you can manage to do it. Let me rephrase it. If the GM can wrap his head around things properly, and that was mainly my problem.
It's not even the quality that's tough. It's the spell, because it's like, okay, let's take 10 minutes and describe every single object in the room first.
Exactly.
All right. Talking about that? Okay, never mind.
Shape material is good, but with Mystic Foreman, it's amazing.
Pulling into the parking lot, you see several newer model cars parked along the hillside. Several rusted out late model cars and truck also fill the parking lot. What draws your eyes is an early 20th century pickup truck with a large red sign strapped to the flatbed. Black letters proclaim to all, "Welcome to the bluegrass music capital of the world." Stepping through the door, you are greeted by the smell of grilled meat, fresh baked pies, and the sound of bluegrass music being played. On the main stage is a 5-person band playing a jaunty song about a mountain troll and his love for an elf maiden fair. The AR sign on the dwarf's drum kit announces the band to be Isabella and the Clay Country Boys. The attractive elven singer must be Isabel, as she is the only female on stage. Playing a fiddle and wearing a fashionable dress, she has her red hair pulled back into a ponytail. While not the latest goblin rock or electric synth metal song, you find your toe tapping along to the beat. Although, J-Pop, you probably wouldn't like it.
Probably not.
Looking around, you see several patrons enjoying platefuls of meat and potatoes. A basket of warm rolls sits in the middle of the tables. Taking in a deep breath, your stomach grumbles. How long has it been since you've had a real meal? As you stare hungrily at a thick pork chop being delivered to one of the tables, a loud "woo woo" grabs your attention. Looking around, you see undoubtedly one of the largest trolls you've ever seen. The chair he currently occupies looks to be screaming under his weight. Waving at your group, he motions you over to a back table. "Come on over, y'all. Meal's on me," he bellows, signaling the waitress. "Maribel, bring these here fellows some menus and a few jugs of that blackberry tea and some rolls." This has to be Broadside. As you approach the table, the large troll stands to greet you, the chair sticking to his rear end as he does. "Some of you I know, others I'm meeting for the first time. For those that don't know me, call me Broadside." Sitting back down, he quickly snatches a biscuit from the basket in front of him. "Hey, I'm not all fancy. I don't go for that Mr. Johnson trek. I'm just a good old boy from Atlanta." Broadside motions for you all to sit down. "Come and sit and eat some taters with me. Grab a menu and order whatever you like. I've always found it better to discuss biz on a full stomach. Sides, you gotta try the sweet potato fries here. They top them in bacon and cheese, and it's real bacon at that."
Is there a roll for me for cholesterol? I should probably roll for cholesterol.
Everyone has an edge tech. One person dies.
Pretty much. All right. Once the eating slows down, Broadside pulls out a small white box and sets it on the table, next to the empty roll basket. "Thank you all for coming down to Renfrew Valley to hear me out. I really appreciate it," he says, raising a brow in thought. "Here's the short version. There are a few friends of mine that have had a few of their toys taken by a corrupt sheriff and his boys. What I need y'all to do is go down there and make life difficult for the sheriff. Get my friend's stuff back, and incriminate the sheriff in the process. I don't like bullies, and I especially don't like them when I mess with my friends." The troll takes another long pull from his tea. "For this, I'm willing to pay each of you 55K. I'm sorry, 5,500, not 55K. You guys all had a little heart jump right there for a second. So are you in or
We
out?"
said it. We're going with it.
It's legally binding. Too late.
Yep. Verbal contract. Stuff a biscuit in his mouth so he can't take it back.
There's probably one in there as he's talking, for crying out loud.
Damn it.
I mean,
All right.
I can't imagine.
Professional.
Yeah, but I can't imagine how big a biscuit would have to be to actually like.
It's just a bread loaf.
So
Size
go
of a dinner
somewhere,
plate.
harass the police, steal from the police, and then frame said police.
Yeah.
Am I getting that correct?
What's this guy's name?
Which guy?
The sheriff we're supposed to mess with.
Ezekiel Little.
Hey,
Okay.
Itty.
We had dealings with a Wendell Scott James previously.
Correct. This is not the same guy.
Anything else, or just messing with the police at this location?
Basically, I just need you to get my friend's stuff back and incriminate, like I said, the sheriff specifically in the theft of personal property.
And what is the stuff?
We'll get to that if you guys agree to the terms.
Bakemono raises a hand. Correct me if I'm wrong. I am not familiar with your legal system intimately, but is it not the sheriff's right to take whatever the hell he wants?
Not if he has no legal recourse to do so.
All right. So you're saying
it'd be
that
like he in Broadside motions to Bakemono. He says it'd be like you walking down the street of Neo Tokyo. And forgive me if I'm going to do any slurs or anything along those lines, or taboos or anything as I'm talking about it. But you walking down the streets of Neo Tokyo with your conbo that you are so intimately keeping on you at all times, and the police just stopping you for no reason and taking it from you and never giving you an opportunity to give it back to you. Because
he just kind of looks to either direction, is like they could do that at any time.
But you would have a chance to get back at it, or get it back, yes?
No. I mean, maybe legally, but it's never going to happen.
Well, the odds are they wouldn't just take the item; they would probably arrest him as well.
True.
Either way, it would be bad for me as the citizen, not for them as the police, unless I decided to not let them do it.
So you're saying that he is doing this in a way that is not a part of his official duties.
Correct.
It's
There may
not
be a
going
little
into-
bit of lost in translation because of you being Neo Tokyo people and this being America and all that kind of stuff. So you guys know what you guys kind of get the gist what I'm trying to say. He's
He is using
Following proper protocol.
exactly.
he is using his position as police to steal from people, and not without any.
He's not
Legal
filing the
justification.
paperwork.
Correct.
So his job is misdefined. It should be politician instead of policeman. That's just the
Exactly.
only problem.
Well, he's a sheriff, so he got hired, got elected in there somehow. So
He's both.
he is part
All talented.
politician.
Okay.
Okay, so the issue is that he isn't abusing the system properly.
Well, on the one hand, this makes this sound a lot easier because we're not having to break in and deal with the likes of Lone Star or Knight Errant. Or,
He's abusing the system
that we know
properly,
of.
but he crossed the wrong person. Let's put it that way.
Uh-huh. All I mean is, if one of our objectives to which you are going to pay us to accomplish, or for which, is to make it known that he is abusing the system and doing things illegally.
Correct.
I wanted to make sure there's actually a way to do that, and it's not just going to be everyone shrugging their shoulders and being like, that's what a sheriff does anyway.
Well, the person, the friends that I have that are being stole from are pretty powerful, and instead of them getting their hands dirty, they want to just embarrass the sheriff. Effectively.
Okay, so they're powerful enough to make it stick. We just have to make sure there is proof.
Correct.
What religious sect does the sheriff belong to?
I have no idea, brother.
Because I'm thinking if a sheep shows up to testify, he's sufficiently embarrassed, and we can probably move on.
Commune with animals.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting close to the Appalachian Hills. It might not be as bad as I'm considering. But
Anyways, I'm not hearing a bunch of opposition from you guys. Are you interested in the job?
I'm interested. However, I think we're interested. However, the funds definitely could be better, considering the quality of us, and
yes,
even
I
though
mean,
his theft is not within his official duties, he is still a member of the police, and that has a certain inherent risk.
that's well stated. Thank you.
Hey, a wild Cowabunga appears.
Arr, I attack.
Oh, shit.
Well, roll your surprise test.
Good. Here's our negotiator.
No,
I've negotiated before.
you have. I mean, your charisma 2. It's not terrible.
Could be worse, you mean?
Yeah,
I
you got
believe
4 dice.
mine's a negative number, so
But
Nah.
why are you talking so much then?
I'm not sure what I say ever helps.
Exactly. It never helps.
Welcome to my world.
Okay, so you're assisting Cowabunga. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Sweet.
All right, so should I roll now, or are we?
Yeah, roll.
We're at that point.
We are at that point. Oh, come on, Torgon. You got a charisma of 4. You could definitely negotiate. You have 3 dice to assist.
Let's not push it.
Untrained, but still. All right.
If I was counting coup on him at the time I was negotiating, it might be worth something. Otherwise, no.
All right. J-Pop, was that an assist as well or no?
J-Pop has no real means of assisting you.
Okay, so that was not a.
I was about to do a matrix search, but then I paused so that we could finish up your dice rolls.
Okay.
I'll roll a charisma, but I don't see it helping a ton.
Fortunately, all of my charisma skills are defaults except for etiquette and 1 point in performance. So
Hey, it actually did
Hey!
help a
Hey,
little.
yay! And
Miraculously.
you technically rolled one too many dice, but that's okay.
Okay, I'm not sure how I did that, but
Well,
that works.
because when you roll a skill test that you're doing untrained, you're taking your attribute -1. So since you're rolling a negotiation check to assist in the negotiation,
Darn
it's your
it.
charisma plus the rank of your skill. But since you have no rank in the skill, it's -1 on your charisma.
Yeah, and I just rolled a d6 and that counted as a success. So
Meh.
rat.
Learning experience, he gets the success.
Oh, I get the success. Yay!
Yeah, that'll be nice. You guys don't have your super godlike face at the moment, so
Are you sure about that?
yes.
damn.
By the way, you entered into a anti-magic area when you got into here.
Oh,
If
do I
you look
want
in
to
if you look on the astral, there's like 16 mages just declaring counterspelling every single turn, and they got like 9,000 dice to dispel any spells you got on you.
Time to go and kill them all.
All right. The question. This is missions, so it's certain limited. No, I'll go with the face should always edge the negotiations because
Truth.
the chance for any more money is always good.
I won't say no.
I was going to say, remind him we have done work for him before and we're quite successful
Oh, he did.
with returning products unharmed.
I think that was one of the first things out of his mouth, or out of her mouth, I
was.
should say.
That is accurate, yes.
All right, you happy with those? Oh, there you go.
Yay.
So
I see
11?
numbers way above 1, so I'm happy.
A weapon.
11, huh? And you can keep those for because of your social limit. Okay. Oh crap! He did really good.
Yeah.
Still, you beat him, but still, he rolled really good.
He did.
All right. Well, he knocks that 11 down to 6 net, which is more than plenty. He will bump it up. Let's see. Each net hit up to 5. He will bump the whole total up to 8,500. And let's see. He will also give you an additional 200 new yen up front on your just to come and hear him out speech or a payment.
All right.
So a grand total would be 9,700 for completion of mission and your upfront 1,200 new yen.
Not bad.
All right.
That is acceptable.
That's tremendous. I knew you'd also say yes. So here's the rest of what you need to know. He reaches into his shirt pocket, pulls out his comlink, and gently presses his massive finger down on an already cracked screen, being careful not to shatter the device further. Those of you who are paying attention notice that this is a different device than the last time you saw him, so he must have broke his last one. Sending everyone the data now. I'm sending y'all to Pineville, Kentucky. That's in Bell County. Over the last few weeks, several Ares Macro Technology shipments have gone missing as they were heading to the CAS through the Cumberland Gap Tunnel. Broadside pauses to sip his tea. Ares has been sending a lot of materials south. Some are very dangerous and expensive, so the Corp wants them back. Now, I've already done a little snooping on my own, and it seems like the local sheriff and his deputies run all the illegal activities in the county and pretty much run the place. The sheriff's name is Ezekiel Little, like I said before, but folks in Bell County call him Big Zeke. He's been in office almost 20 years and has the county on lockdown. The chair creaks in agony as the troll rocks back. That will not stand, fellas. So once you all locate the missing inventory, I want you to gather as much evidence as you can into the sheriff's operation so I can hand it over to the KSP, Kentucky State Police, in case you didn't get the acronym. He operates out of a roadhouse called Jackknife Jed's. I want that dreckhead to spend the rest of his life beyond bars. The first thing on that there file that he passes to you is the contact information for a local business owner. Her family had some bad dealings with the sheriff and his boys. That little lady's all fired up to help, so give her a call when you get down there. She's former Marine Recon and should come in very handy if you need backup. The second item contains a list of what was taken from Ares. 3 full shipments from their Bluegrass Armory has just upped and vanished, along with several million new yen worth of hydrological and mining equipment. Broadside drains what's left of his tea. Again, get down there, locate the shipments. Once you get all the dirt you can on the sheriff and find the swag, give me a call. Oh, and if you need a safe house, make sure to ask Miss Norden. The troll leans in, looking across the table at the team. And if you need anything special, just let me know. I take care of my teams. All you got to do is ask. With that, Broadside pulls out the menu. I reckon it's time for dessert. I'm going to start with the peanut butter pie.
Over DNI, does he mean girls when he says something special?
Maybe.
Okay. When you so are we to retrieve the shipments or merely find out where they are?
Locate the shipments.
Locate the shipments. All right.
How long ago were they taken? Because they may already have been, offloaded.
Last couple of weeks. Let's see.
Do we have
2 weeks,
specifics
over the
as
last 2
to
weeks.
how they were what method of shipping was going on and where it occurred, the hijacking occurred?
Don't know, and that's on you to find out.
Do we even know if they were hijacked or if they were just confiscated?
It'd be nice to know
Broadside
if
shrugs. If they were confiscated and gone through official channels, Ares would have records of it.
So were they rigged, or were there people on board? And if so, where are those people now?
I don't know.
So
do we know if it was done on rails or by highway?
Let's see. They were talking about the Cumberland Gap Tunnel. I'm going to guess, because I don't remember if the rail runs through there or not. I'm going to guess on truck.
Okay. I know that
There's
the
both, because it's cold
engines
country.
there were certain steam engines designed to to prevent engineers from passing out when going through tunnels in the Cumberland Gap on the old rail lines. That's how the Camelback engines came about.
But if these guys were passing out, then those engines would show up somewhere.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. But that's just one of those. I know that there's rail lines that did go through the Cumberland Gap.
I got you.
Yeah, anywhere in coal country used to have massive concentrations of rail.
Yeah. And they had no problem tunneling through the mountains to do so because, they were getting product out while they did it.
I'm going to say, based on no knowledge at all of the future of this mission, that it's going to be trucks.
Okay.
Cool. Good.
It's going to be one or the other. Thank you. So we can concentrate on highways at least.
Hey, you mentioned something about 3 full shipments from Blue something Armory there.
Yeah.
Any chance anything might fall off the truck and into our pockets?
Broadside looks at you and says, "Listen, you want to steal from the person that's paying you? Really?"
No, I'm not asking for I mean, I wouldn't say nothing if I was going to steal it. I'm just wondering if we can do business that way.
If you're looking for anything special, let me know. I'll see what I can do.
Whiz.
Okay.
Soka. So we got to look into what happened to the missing truck shipments. There's been at least 3 that are gone. They're trucks, and when we get there, we should contact this lady, and she'll have more information. And then we find out where they are. We know where this guy's operating out of. Is there anything else we need? She'll set us up with a safe house.
Correct.
Yeah, it would be too simple if the lady we need to contact is also the head of the safe house, wouldn't it?
Won't know till we get there, I suppose.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Okay. So do we have somebody to do research during our trip and maybe check Department of Transportation records for pull up the shipping concept, shipping documents, and
Along those lines.
etc.
Do you guys not have any tags on your containers?
He looks at you and says, "If they had tags on the containers, I wouldn't be talking to Shadowrunners. Actually, you know what? I probably would be. Never mind. But no, we don't have access to the tags. They've been wiped."
Okay.
Okay, go to the place, find where they were taken, and make him regret taking them.
Basically.
Well, we don't have to do the regret part. We just have to do the locate part. At least.
Well, we have to make it so that he is linked legally and proof-wise to the thefts, because part of the point of this is to make him look like bad.
Yes, and if I remember correctly, we have 2 people from the Kentucky State Police that like us. Stephanie Metcalf and a Beauregard.
This is Beauregard.
Yep. This is Broadside. Broadside and Beauregard are the same person.
But Broadside, can you just clarify? Our mission is to locate the shipments and let you know, right? Or do we need to go and drag this guy through the mud as well?
You might have missed that part. That was the first objective he stated.
Incriminate him, locate the shipments.
Get information to incriminate him.
Or get the information to incriminate him.
And locate the shipments.
Soka.
And there's
contact the Kentucky State Police with the information to finish up the job.
Is that something Broadside wants to do? Like, we're just trying to get very concrete. What is our job?
All right, let me read this again. Get down there.
You don't have to read it. You just need to summarize.
I'm not reading the whole thing. Exactly. Yeah, this one of his last things that he said is literally what you're supposed to be doing. Again, get down there and locate the shipments. Once you get all the dirt you can on the sheriff and find the swag, give me a call, and I will hand it over to the KSP.
Gotcha.
So the matrix search I did was
Yes.
going to be on that sheriff.
All right.
And there is a ex-Marine lady down there that we can visit for assistance. And there is somebody else that we can go see about a safe house.
Okay, so you are 5 successes on the sheriff. All right, the sheriff is the sheriff of Bell County for the last 20 years straight. He's won 5 straight elections. I love it. It actually says 17 and 4, but since the data previously said 20 and 20, I'm gonna guess it's 5. But anyways, the sheriff still keeps in contact with his old army buddies and hosts a pig roast for the American Legion at Jackknife Jed's. his base of operation. The sheriff also has a hunting lodge out by the Allen Company quarry. He spends most of his weekends there at the cabin to get away from the town to relax. The sheriff is as crooked as they come. He runs all the illegal drug and weapon smuggling coming through the gap. He uses the quarry as a warehouse for all his illegal activities. His deputies keep all the unwanted visitors away. And rumor has it the sheriff is in bed with a corp running illegal goods through the tunnel for them. A lot of global sandstorm trucks have been coming through the gap, and the sheriff and his deputies have been providing escorts.
Man, I got that with just a standard matrix search.
That's what you got.
So it's like common knowledge that this guy's like, yeah, he commits crimes. We still vote for him. It's cool.
Yeah.
It's like,
well, that's one of the reasons that I was saying, like, how are we going to get people to actually care that he's doing this stuff?
Well, we know one person who cares, right? Maybe we should go talk to her.
It's kind of funny. I would figure that the matrix search would not have some of that information on there, but a contact information dump would. So, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's get down there and visit our contact and check into the safe house and come up with a game plan.
Anything else you want to matrix search while you're traveling, J-Pop?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Anything else you want to matrix search while you're traveling, J-Pop?
See if there's any news on that actual shipment beyond what we've been told.
Okay.
Hey, Pop, might as well check on all three of the shipments that went sideways.
Okay, I mean, aside from that, I could do a search on the actual, like I said, the lady.
Okay.
See if I come across anything about her. I don't know if she's going to be almost entirely off the grid or not, though.
That's it. Yeah, let's see who this ex-Marine is.
All right.
Isn't it once a Marine, always a Marine, or is that the Mafia? I'm not sure.
Yes.
There's both.
Jinx. Sandcastle, point of edge.
Yay, I needed that.
All right. You rolling, J-Pop?
Oh, you want me to roll again?
Yeah, for her, yes.
All right. So
Different search.
And my agent assists again. He's doing pretty good assisting. And matrix search. Matrix 5. I guess I should have had my matrix. Or, well, exact same number of successes. Okay.
All right. Owner and operator of the Johnny's Girls Sundries and Ammo store. Former UCAS Marine Sergeant, retired when her father got injured. Operates a gun store off of Exit 4. Juanita was a member of Marine Week Recon Unit operating along the Sioux border. She was part of a mission into Missoula to extract a Sioux defector. Rumor has it she's looking for payback after her father was attacked by the sheriff's men, injuring him. She's been looking for a way to take him and his entire operation down. Juanita was part of a long-range recon and patrol team. She won the Navy Cross while in Chicago. Rumor has it she was part of the UCAS response at Wrigley Field a couple years ago.
For those of us not as steeped in the lore as others, what was the response at Wrigley Field?
So
messy.
Yeah. So those of you who played season 8 of missions, you know the response of UKA's military taking over Wrigley Field and turning it into a base, and basically
There was a bug dragon.
Yeah, there was a bug dragon that came to life.
Mm.
A
Okay,
wasp
yeah, I never-
queen.
I never played Chicago.
Yep. So
It
yeah, they
were nasty.
So yeah, the bugs came back into Chicago, and basically one of your Johnsons were helping him and to helping them to come back to life. But you didn't know that until like the 7th or 8th mission or something along those lines. 9th mission.
Spoilers.
I know. Shush. I didn't tell you the name of Dr. Tate.
Don't worry about it. I'm not going to remember anyway. It's good for this session, but I'm not going to remember. If
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, anyways, long story short, the bugs came back into Chicago, and the UKS military decided another nuclear option was a possibility and started prepping for that. But the Corps did not like that idea, and they decided to send in a discreet task force of 6 runners to take out the problem underneath of Chicago. And you guys had varying degrees of success.
Okay.
What was the official consensus that
Chicago was
SRM
saved.
consensus- Chicago was saved? I thought it was Chicago was nuked.
Nope, Chicago was saved.
Chicago was nuked in a different time.
That was the earlier. Yeah, no, Chicago was saved. It was like 85% of the people decided to assist in the saving of Chicago when we did the tally, and it was like 15% took Tate's offer to run away, and they never got paid.
And most of the people who tried to succeed did succeed.
Correct.
That's the key.
I would love to.
So even if the people the missions that actually played through, I don't think that I know of one that ever party wiped on it.
Yeah, I think ours only like 2 or even only 1 went down. Like Bubbles
Correct.
got whacked immediately, but
Yeah, no, it was a extremely hard fight with a lot of things going on, but it wasn't anything that was overly excessive, unless you get hit by the dragon with its tail or its claw, because then its base damage starts at 42.
yeah, it's the same deal with Godzilla. Like if it
Yeah,
hits
exactly.
you, you're in trouble, but there's a lot more of you than there are it.
Exactly. So anyways, enough of a tangent at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she's a badass, basically.
Basically.
All right. Well, hopefully she's got an extra trailer. Shall we go ask?
Yeah. So in summary, where we finish the meal and the meat, and we head that direction, and we're calling/researching on the way, right?
Correct.
Okay. So probably call her before we get there, but yeah.
And to answer Torgon's question from previous, yes, the Marine Recon and the person to get in contact with for the safe house are one and the same people.
Oh, good. Good.
All right, anything else you want to do any searching for before we get to the next scene where you meet up with Juanita?
Does anybody have any suggestions? I'm not thinking of anything at the moment, but
Unless
On what?
you want
Only heard part of that. Any suggestions regarding what?
who I should
to.
who,
One at a time.
if there's anybody else y'all want me to search for, I'm open to suggestions.
I'd run a search on all the deputies that you can. Let's find out their background as far as training, military, etc. Because it sounds like the sheriff's using the deputies as his team.
Yeah, at very least, it'd be nice to know how many of them there are. Because if it's like a small town, then that's great. If it's not a small town and they have like 30 people, that could be a problem. Also,
Sure.
might be nice to know if there's like a published like crime level estimate for the area. Like, for example, if there is a group of quote unquote bandits running around, which is just his dudes in masks, but
Yeah,
that would be good to know if that was reported.
I was more concerned if we're going to be running into Barney Fifes or, Inspector Trevette from Walker, Texas Ranger. When we get into the deputies, are we getting into inept, or are we getting into somebody that knows what's going on and is could be fatal?
So sheriff is usually a county election.
Yeah. I'll search for that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, the sheriff is elected, but deputies are hired.
Correct.
Information. So information on his sheriff's office, number of personnel, level of training, et cetera, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that would be very good. Yes.
Okay, 5 successes again.
I have literally gotten the exact same roll on both my assists and my checks every time.
That's a good roll to get, though.
Yeah, but
No, I'm not complaining. It's just weird. It's like
it happens sometimes.
Oh. All right. So, first question: the sheriff's office, the deputies. He has at any one point in time, the county is relatively small as far as population goes, but it's a lot of territory. He has anywhere from 8 to 14 on staff at one given time. Currently, there are 9 listed employees of the state. Looking into their backgrounds a little bit, you find that a lot of them are simply good old boys, but they also have also all of them have a little bit of military training. Not high-end stuff. Looks like a 4-year stint and then out. So they have decent capabilities as far as that goes. Nothing major like specialists or operator training or anything along those lines that you're coming up for or looking into situations. But basic grunts effectively. It looks like some of them have had stints in the jail. That looks like the records have been tried very hard to expunge or bury, but you have been able to dig through those and find some information on that. Let's see. There are three different sheriff's offices in the county. One is in the county seat of whatever valley place this is. I'm trying to remember the name of it at the moment. River Valley, I think it was. No, not River Valley. Anyways, doesn't make any difference. And then there's 2 other ones. No, Pineview is the name of the city you're going to.
Pineview or Pineville?
Pineville. Pineville is one that has the it does have a sheriff's office. The other one is in the city that you're in at the moment, and I'm trying to find the name of that one. It's Renfro Valley. Renfro Valley, that's what it is. Aha. And another one's blah. Which means it doesn't mean anything for the mission.
Cowabunga doesn't know anything about global sandstorm. Would you mind doing a check on them?
You would know that we fought them before.
In the last 2 missions, I believe.
Oh, those guys.
They're the folks who paid for that nice shiny attack chopper that smashed into the not as expensive murder dozer.
Yeah, okay. Good enough. So if he's got a sheriff's office where we are right now, that means he's the sheriff here.
Well, he's the sheriff of the entire county, so yeah.
So we're already in the county. All right.
Oh, yeah,
cool.
You're in the county. You're still in Bell County.
All
right.
So anybody in our party want to go have a drink? Because me being American Indian, I'm not really a fan of drinking. but I think it would be nice if somebody went and checked out the Jackknife Jeds or whatever it's called.
Roadhouse. Yeah,
Roadhouse.
we should connect with our
he's
contact
based
first,
out of.
and then we should probably all go, or you can stay in the car if you want or something.
Well, somebody needs to check out the outside and do some perimeter searching anyway.
Yeah, but probably something done as a team rather than an individual, because roadhouses are not known as civilized places.
Roadhouse.
Roadhouse. We don't have any martial artists, so it'll be okay.
Yeah, well, as long as they don't have martial artists, I'll be fine.
Okay, well, so you said that he does like a pig roast there, but is that a scheduled thing or is that like every day? Because that'd be kind of weird.
No. It's a scheduled thing, and it's not any time for it at the moment.
Okay.
That does give me an interesting concept, though, of a deputy on a spit. Oh.
See, that brings us into an entirely different movie, though.
It does.
Doomsday.
Like I said many a time, I'm not necessarily socially acceptable.
This is an intense movie. Okay, well, so I would say if we could check into the safe house first, that way we at least have a place to go back to and a lay of the land. And then, we should probably hit up the bar, because if nothing else, it's a good way to learn the human terrain, so to speak. Make an impression, maybe. We could even lay a trap if we have access to any kind of like vehicle. I forget what kind of vehicle we had to trundle us around, but if we can get our hands on a cargo vehicle of any kind, we could maybe lay the groundwork. Mention that we have a lead on something coming through, like a drug shipment or whatever. We're going to hit it. Be like not very discreet about mentioning it in the bar. See if they'll take the bait.
You have a Ares, not a Roadmaster, a Bulldog.
A Bulldog.
Available
Okay, I mean
to you.
it's a transport vessel. We could do that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have anybody who could. Maybe Nautit could pull off that kind of a con. But I feel like make sure we have our feet on the ground, which is to say, check in with the safe house first, and then go to the watering hole and see what we can do.
All right,
Yeah,
but I think
our
we're agreed the
contact
first
might
step is to contact the lady.
Yep.
She may have recent intel
contact
as
the
well.
safe house.
Excellent.
You may have a lot of good information to tell us.
She be the place.
All right.
Fortunately, the lady and the safe house are the same unit for us, so
That's what I'm talking about. Yep.
go in, make that acquaintance, do the collect information.
All right.
She could probably even add some local color for us to flush out any conversations we want to have inside that roadhouse to make sure that we drop the proper hints.
All right. So you call up Juanita, yes?
Yes.
All right. So you call up Juanita, and a lovely Southern Belle accented voice answers the phone and says, "Darling, what can I do for you?"
We're looking for Miss Juanita.
This is her.
We have been given your name as a point of contact on our regional tour.
Did
by a mutual
Broadside
friend.
send you?
That would be the one, yes.
That young man, he's so sweet.
She's lucky who she's expected to talk to.
So, we were just wondering, we're on our way to you now, and we were wondering if there was anything special we needed to know in advance.
No. Just you make your way down to my shop, and I will get you all set up, and I'll have put some tea on, and we can have ourselves a nice little conversation.
That would be
Within spitting distance of the jackknife jackknife Jeds.
That would be fantastic.
And then
We
we
will
can
see.
take pot shots at that place with our shotguns afterwards.
Yeah, now we're talking.
I believe that is. I believe you are talking the language of certain of my companions here.
Excellent. I'll load up the AP rounds, and you hear her voice change into the more military sounding at that point in time. I'll be waiting for you, and she sends you a link for address for her store.
Ominous.
Dun dun dun.
All right. Driving through the heart of Cumberland Plateau, you pass through Corbin, Barbinville, and then into Pineville. The clean, cool, crisp mountain air is a stark contrast to that of the Metroplex. Here the towering megastructures and AR have been replaced by a steep, tree-covered mountains and ridges. To your left, you drive along the Cumberland River and you climb higher into Appalachia. Matrix reception is still a little spotty, but so far you've not needed your AR spam filters, so at least there's that. Driving down the mountain highway, you are occasionally assaulted by a spam zone, but your comlink easily dispatches the unwanted advertisements. As you near Pineville, a large ridgeline fills your view, bisected by the river. An AR sign welcomes you to Bell County, Kentucky, gateway through the mountains. Pulling out your comlink, you called her already, blah, 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 blah. She's pulling in from on the building. What? That doesn't make any sense. Anyways, pulling into the parking lot of Johnny's Girl, an AR 4-meter Marine stands at attention in front of the store. Johnny's Girl's sundries and ammo. Across the street is a fast food chicken restaurant with a large AR rooster on top, cock-a-doodle-dooing, and an elderly man in a white suit waves you over. The smell of fried chicken wafts in the mountain air. Stepping out into the store, you are surrounded by racks and walls of firearms. Boxes of ammunition are stacked neatly in glass cases. Hunting and outdoor equipment line the shelves, and a sign in the back advertised the sale of fishing and hunting licenses. Stepping out of the back, you see a short Latina woman dressed in fatigue pants and a black t-shirt that says, "Keep calm and nuke 'em all from orbit." This must be your contact.
None of us are cinema fans. We don't get it.
No,
I do.
don't.
It's amusing.
No, I meant the characters.
Character-wise, no.
Although it's extra fitting for her, considering.
Yes.
Will clue us in.
Are you the people I spoke to on the phone?
Well, that we are. Yes, we are.
Excellent. Why don't you guys come on back real quick? I got the tea on the in the refrigerator. I'll pour you a couple glasses, and the shotguns are all loaded up on the back. We'll do some target practice while we're talking. So she takes you into the back room, and there's a fresh picture of tea on the table, along with 6 glasses. She takes turns pouring everybody and says, "Help yourself to anything on the table, and help yourself for anything on the racks in the back if you want. The ammo's on the left-hand side, the armory's on the right-hand side. Enjoy yourself for a little while. We'll get down to business afterwards."
I'll grab 2 power packs and head out.
She looks you up and down and says, "What you sporting there, sweetheart?"
Oh, just a laser.
What kind? I know you got a laser. You picked up a couple of my power packs. Those are kind of rare around here.
Oh, it's just an Ares Redline pistol.
You want to try something bigger?
Sure, what do you got?
I got a Lancer back here.
Yeah, that's awesome. Let me try that.
She goes back into the back and opens up a couple lockers and pulls out an MP Lancer and hands it to you. Says, "Have fun, but I need it back when you're done. It's already sold."
Oh, yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Runs away, never comes back.
Yeah, pretty much. There's 20 grand she'll never see again.
I was going to say, I think he's done with it when the mission's over.
All right. So what you all want to talk to me about?
We hear you have a small problem with the sheriff,
She spits
and
as
we'd
soon as
like,
you say the sheriff.
and we'd like to help you resolve that issue to our mutual benefits.
Honey, I would like that too. That rat bastard sheriff. He let's see, where am I gonna read this from? Right there. Jackknife Jed's used to be owned by my pops. Well, that is until the sheriff beat the living crap out of him and put him in traction for a few months. And he's never recovered 100% since. And he ended up having to sell the business in order to pay for for the hospital bills. So yeah, I got a grudge against the sheriff. Unfortunately, my father hasn't been able to afford any of the bioware or cyberware or anything along those lines to fix his back or his legs. He was just able to basically treat the injuries instead of fixing the problems. The cyber surgeries are super expensive, as I'm sure you all know.
And if he had Jackknife Jed's back, he'd have sufficient funds to do so, or still not?
Well, he'd make a little bit. He'd make a living from it. I don't know if he'd be able to make payments on cyberware or not. The restaurant was profitable, but it wasn't making us filthy rich or anything along those lines. You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
But he'll at least be able to be comfortable in his new lifestyle.
I was thinking of depriving the sheriff of his source of income by removing that structure from the face of the earth.
Well, that would not. It would probably put a smile on my face to deprive the sheriff of that, but my father would not be happy about that, unfortunately. I know I jested about shooting the building on your phone with a phone when we were on the phone earlier, but obviously we can't do that.
Well, musically speaking, I'm fine with I shot the sheriff. You just got to get him in my sights.
Not our job. We need to know the things that he values, so we might interfere with them.
Well, the things he values the most is probably himself, money, and probably his hunting lodge, in that order.
Okay, well, hunting lodge, we can do something to that. And by himself, do you mean his body or his reputation, or both?
He's an egotistical jerkwad, so I'm going to say yes.
Okay, well, reputation is another thing we can hit.
Hey, Juanita, you mentioned his lodge, which is over there by the quarry, and we got a sense that he likes to hide stuff out in the quarry, but it's pretty well guarded by his deputies.
Yep.
You know any back ways that might get us to view the quarry without them seeing us?
Honey, I wasn't 12 years Marine Recon for nothing. I got all sorts of trails around that area. Where would you like to be, and when would you like to do it?
We'd like to be behind the guards when they're standing still.
Sneaky silent. I like it. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
I'm thinking tomorrow because I'm looking forward to a nice, good meal this evening. But yeah, just like if we can get a perch where we can view down what's inside the quarry there, maybe get some eyes on it. That would be very helpful.
There's no shortage of hunting blinds up in those mountains looking down over top of the quarry. That definitely can be done. The biggest problem is the patrols of the Allen Corporation around the perimeters. We're technically not supposed to be on the land because they own it, or in quotation marks, they own it. But it's a big piece of property, and they obviously can't search everywhere at once.
What's this corporation do? Is it a mining outfit?
It's a mining outfit, yep.
Is he really such a yahoo that he is going to be keeping his stolen equipment out in the open like that, though?
I highly doubt it. That's what underground mines are for, sweetheart. I just haven't been able to make it into any of them.
If we can get lucky on timing, he might be moving stuff. That'd be good enough.
I'd like to get a handful of supplies for each member of our team. Possibly some zip ties that we can use to restrain arms and legs, and some decent gags.
Honey, that is not a problem. We can get any sort of restraints that you want. She actually makes her entire facility available to you at cost, obviously. So she has basically most anything, guns, ammo, gear wise like that, availability 12 or less in her store.
Hey, your AR also advertises hunting licenses. Can I
Yes.
get one of them?
Absolutely. You want it legal or not so?
I want it good enough to confound a local sheriff.
All right.
Make sure it's rated for laser hunting.
Oh yeah.
Personally, I'd like one for bow hunting,
That can be done.
and I'm not sure if there's one out there for chainsaw hunting, but you know.
No, I doubt it. Lumberjack, though.
Lumberjacking license.
Yeah, I'm not so good below ground, but I can make some mess up above.
All right, so yeah, she'll be able to give you guys I'm trying to think of the word, illegal licenses at a 20% discount.
Okay, so if I hand her 1,000 yen,
New yen.
is that going to cover restraint devices and gags, like 6 or 10 for every member of the party?
We're probably all set. Like, we don't need any. I mean, we probably already have stuff like that, but like, how much do we actually need? We don't need to hogtie the entire operation.
Well, I'd like each person to have enough that he can take out 3 or 4 guards, though.
I mean, if they're unconscious, that's pretty easy.
I've already got 6 that I came with me.
Okay. I mean, it's like, 1,000 ain't a big deal if it gets everybody the things we need to be able to restrain and do it. Because if we want to go in covert and cut down the competition by reducing the number of guards that we have to mess with.
Let's clarify for a minute. Are we even trying to get into altercations? Because if we are, then are we doing it subtly? Are we doing it loud? Are we doing it lethal? Are we doing it non-lethal? All that stuff matters. If we're not trying to get into altercations, then none of that matters.
I would say let's try to avoid the confrontation.
Okay.
We're getting paid to find the information, collect information, and locate product. We're not getting paid to deliver justice.
Right. My thought is eliminating the guards without fatalities. Just neutralizing them permits us to go in and locate and collect.
Right, but it also tells them that somebody just assaulted their base when they wake up.
Exactly. The best option would be to sneak in there without being seen. Period. No assaulting. Avoid the guards entirely.
So basically, we just need to decide on a strategy and go with it. And if we are trying to hogtie everybody, then sure, get some stuff. But I think if we do that, even if we don't kill anybody, what that's going to do is put a timer on any kind of response that the authorities might try to pull on this, which is potentially a problem for what the Johnson actually wants to accomplish.
True.
So if we can go light touch, we probably should, at least at first. And then if things get complicated, they get complicated.
Do you mind if I smoke a cigar in here?
By all means.
I'm willing to do what the party wants.
So it sounded like people wanted to look first and then decide where to leap.
All right. The agreement?
Reconnaissance the next day, or do some this evening also?
Well, this evening we could do the kind that happens in a watering hole. So we got to get dinner anyway.
Sounds good to me.
And then that may give us some insight right there.
Hey, in driving through this town and talking with her and looking around at the customers and so forth, is there any indication that this area is not friendly to metavariants?
Sorry, hold on a second if you're talking to me. I got family aggro.
Okay.
That's a pretty good question, though. How many people look different than normal? So could you figure out at what point I stopped the prep?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Did you figure out at what point I stopped prep for you? Okay. Yeah, that's ready.
Sorry about that. Okay.
Oh,
Stop it.
rude.
Yeah. All right. So I apologize. What did I miss? I know you're going into the quarry and going for sneaky and stealthy and overlook to see what's going on first, and beyond that, I don't know what's going on.
So actually, we changed our minds and we're going to go to Jed's for dinner first. But before we go there, have we seen the usual amount of metavariants here in this town? Because it seems like the kind of recipe where it might not be the case.
No, you actually have not. It is predominantly human with a touch of dwarf and orc and the one elf that you saw.
What is the elf that we saw? Was that a person?
That was
or is it just...
that was the singer at the bar, the place last place.
Yep.
So yeah.
So some of us might have a problem just walking into that roadhouse.
Perfect.
I mean, you have other metatypes around, but it is, like I said, the troll is few and far between. Elf is very few and far between, etc., etc.
How about a minotaur and a bright red oni?
Never seen them before in their lives.
We should have a stage show.
Comedy act?
Yeah. Slapstick.
Walking around unnoticed, then, is not going to be something we can pull off here.
Well, it's something the rest of you can pull off. We're going to be a great distraction.
It's true.
Bakemono slaps his stick.
Aha! Get it?
All right. Well, it sounds like the next thing we're planning to do is go get some dinner at Jed's.
All right.
Am I wrong? Does anybody have anything to do between now and then?
No, I think that's a good idea. And then after dinner, if we want to go out and do a little recon, light recon at night, we can. And then I think the next day, heavy recon's a good idea.
All right, so heading to Jackknifes.
Yee.
All right, so I was wrong. It is not across the street from the place you are at currently. It's about 20 minutes away, but that's not that bad. With a sniper rifle, you can hit it, so not a big deal. All right, driving down the valley past a golf course carved out of the hillside, you come to Jackknife Jed's, a large roadhouse sitting right off the side of the highway and dug into the hillside. A red corrugated metal roof tops Jed's. That's a really weird sentence. But anyways, dark wooden clapboards cover the exterior, giving the place a pioneer feel. A large outdoor patio runs the length of the building, and a sliding glass door separates the patio from the interior. You can tell these were like pre-final releases. Anyways,
First draft, only draft.
No. It's more than the first draft because it's revision 3. So,
Oops.
all right. Stepping out of your vehicle, you can hear and feel the honky-tonk music from the parking lot. Parked by the door, you see 3 police cruisers, and by the front door is a parking spot labeled Big Zeke. Several semi-trucks are parked in a gravel lot across the street, along with half a dozen motorcycles and pickup trucks. Stepping up to the patio, your AR suddenly fills with a massive 18-wheeler headed straight for you, blaring its air horn, when it suddenly jackknifes. Gravel and road debris fly at you as you shield your face on instinct. Just as the truck is about to drive you over, it morphs into a laughing troll, shouting, "Welcome to Jackknife Jed's Roadhouse." Entering the roadhouse, your senses are immediately assaulted by the smell of barbecued meat and cold beer. The honky-tonk music is being provided by a live band on the main stage in front of a massive dance floor. Several well-endowed women work the bar and dining area, wearing red bikinis, boots, chaps, and cowboy hats. It's a dizzying display of gratuitous consumption. Stepping up to the hostess, she asks, "Which would you like, a booth or a table?"
The bar, please.
Right this way, darling.
Yeah, is there space at the bar for multiple of us, or is it pretty packed?
There's high or low.
High.
There are only room for 3 people at the bar.
Okay.
I'll take 2 of those spaces.
Are any? I was gonna say, are any of them particularly obnoxious? Like in between 2 people who are talking or something?
Oh yes, of course.
Perfect. I will take that one. Unless one of the faces wants to do that.
Sure.
Okay, I will not do that then.
All right, there's some obvious truckers that are sitting there with a space between them having a conversation as Nautit saunters up and swings her legs over top of the bar stool and sits down all smiley and motions to the bartender and says, "I'll have a drink." What are the rest of you doing? Basil, or Cowabunga, you still going to be sitting at the bar also? There's 2 other seats that are together.
I'll order a big drink and just watch the waitresses for a while.
Okay.
And listen to what people are saying and that sort of thing.
I'm just doing a matrix perception. I just want to see what I can see that's around.
Okie dokie.
Bakemono will go for either a bar seat if there's still one available, or he'll go for a table like up front near the stage.
All right.
Either way, he's trying to be someplace where people can see him and perhaps have something to say about it.
You're definitely, you and Cowabunga are definitely getting some looks at, but nobody's like being overtly racist or anything along those lines yet. It's all covertly.
That's nice of them.
I'm going to put myself up shoulder blades against a wall and just sort of watch what's going on all around.
All right. J-Pop, what you doing? Oh, you're doing matrix search. That's right. Are you getting a booth or anything like that? The rest of you? Or no, it would just be J-Pop and Spree, you're standing up against the wall.
Yep. More fun to watch everybody and know your back's safe.
Make me an edge test. Just you.
Just me.
Just you.
And where do I find my edge roll?
It'll just be your edge attribute. So just click the little dice next to that.
I have a 5 as an edge. I don't see a dice next to it. Under
Okay.
attributes.
You just use the generic roll button. Should just be.
Okay.
I don't know where it is on the sheet exactly, but there are macros for that too.
I mean, generic roll notes. Where'd I write those?
Do you have the macros turned on at the moment? So in the bottom left-hand corner of the Roll20 screen, are there buttons down there?
Okay. Hold on. /roll.
There you go. Yeah. 5.
5
D6. Yep.
Slash. Wait a minute. Yeah, it's rolling then space.
Correct.
Space 5 D6. Then do I need my greater than 5?
You can if you want.
Oh, I'd prefer greater than 0, but you know.
Oh, no, you put a period in there. You didn't do that right. So redo that.
Yeah, well, come on. Let me see how much I
Yeah.
data processing. So, yeah, see, this is the part I just freaking love. Roll base 5D6. Oh, yeah, to do greater than 5. There we go, and that should work now.
That's better. All right, so you get 2 successes.
Helps if I do it.
All right, so yeah, you lean up against the door, or the door. I'm sorry, not the door. You lean up against the wall, and you feel something weird. So as you lean up against the wall where you're standing in the back corner of the room, you walked around a little bit and found an unobtrusive spot out of the way of the waitresses and whatnot. Nice open little wall right there, out of the way, back in the corner. And you kind of, it's almost like you were expecting the wall to be in one spot, but it's actually like 2 inches behind where that one spot was.
Okay. So I found myself a nice little secret or concealed door.
All right. The rest of you are basically, you guys are all sitting around. Did J-Pop, did you roll your matrix perception?
Yeah, 6 successes.
Oh, I see it right there. All right. 6 successes. You definitely see a host.
How big?
That's a real good question. It is a rating 5.
Seems oddly big for a roadhouse.
Roadhouse.
Trying to remember my questions, considering I've only played once in the past 8 months. So all right, so another rating of the host. Does it have what appears to be any kind of active ice running on it?
Yes.
if you're planning on hacking the host, at least 2 attributes will tell you what the rest of them are, pretty much.
True. What's the firewall rating on the host?
8.
So that's the high attribute.
Yep. What is the attack attribute on the host?
6.
Okay.
You have 2 more questions
2 more questions. Okay.
if you want to use them.
Does the host have a public access?
It does not.
Spider? Might be worth knowing.
Yeah, that sounds like a good one.
There is a spider on the host.
So it's not a pushover, but it's not Fort Knox, but there is an actual person on duty too, so that's a little bit scarier.
Yeah. Pretty good at hack on the fly. I'm pretty good at being quiet. But I mean, I guess the question is, do we think we would find anything of use on this host? And this was
I would say that if they're guarding something this strongly, there's probably something useful there, something valuable.
Could be. If they have their stuff on the host, that could be useful. Did we notice if there's any like security devices, cameras, sensor suites, that kind of thing?
There are cameras in the building. They're not exactly hidden or anything along those lines. You did notice an alarm panel or an alarm logo, or alarm company logo on the building.
So if there's security systems and they're on the host, those could have useful stuff. Remember, part of what we're after is information, and especially recordings. So if there's anybody who's been in here talking about knocking over a shipment or anything like that, and they got picked up by a sensor, that could be super useful.
true.
It would be a little clumsy of them, but if they are confident they own the place for 6 years or whatever, they might be sloppy.
Okay. I'm gonna run up my. Always have smoke and mirrors, more or less. I'm gonna have fly on the wall running. Decryption, and I'll leave diffuse running for now. And I am going to see if I can't pop a mark on that. And I am running silent.
All right.
So
While he is doing that, why don't everybody else roll a perception test, please? And it'd be audio.
Audio. Can I also do... Well, let's just do this first, but I have an idea, so I'll ask it after that.
Come on.
You definitely have a mark.
okay. Like I said, I'm running fly on the wall so that I'll pick up, because I don't know how long I'll be in here.
Gotcha.
All right. I am running silent, so
Want to go ahead and roll that real quick?
the hide.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, I will start looking around for anything that references him, and I guess, or recordings that might have occurred either right before or right after the event. The heist.
All right. You don't know when the heist exactly took place. So
let me change that, and I'll just re-roll it. Oh, that's fair. Okay, so just references then to the heist or to the sheriff.
all right. All right. So while he's doing that, or she's doing that, Torgon, Bakemono, Nautit, and Cowabunga, you're all looking around, and let's see, you all
Listening, right?
Yeah, you're all listening, and you're looking around. And all of you are picking up on some weird phrases that are being said in here by various people. Let's see. Let's first deal with this stuff. So as you guys are looking around, you're noticing 3 sheriff deputies are in here right now eating at different tables around the place. There's 50 or so other patrons inside the building. And there are 10 waitresses on the floor at anyone working at the moment. All right, and so getting that out of the way. So you guys are hearing really weird words at phrases mentioned to the waitresses and whatnot. Some of the patrons are asking to take a roll in the grass, or that some of the truckers or non-trucker looking people are saying that they're eastbound and down, and some of them are saying that them boys are thirsty in hot Atlanta, and you're watching them you're watching people for a few minutes and whatnot, and after each time you hear one of these from a certain person, about 5 to 10 minutes later, the waitress comes back and takes the customer that said it, and they go into the kitchen. And 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes passes, and sometimes they come back and sometimes they don't.
And does the waitress also disappear for a certain period of time, or does she just like bring them back there and then come back out?
She brings them back in there and comes back out.
Okay.
All right.
I don't eat any of the meat.
Does that
That's people.
does that get relayed to me at all? That's what's happening.
I mean, you can probably hear through the mics that we have. At least Bakemono has audio enhancement, which is
I think we'll talk amongst ourselves to compare notes, and you'll hear that.
Okay, because I want to see if I hear that, then what I might also do is see if I can follow the movement along the cameras. Like, well, okay, I would have to grab the cameras, but see if I can identify if there are cameras or other devices that track where they're going.
All right. All right. So let's see. Your original matrix searches for what?
So that was for anything that referenced either like discussions about the heist or about the sheriff.
Yes, correct. All right. So looking at them, going through everything, and there's all sorts of references to the sheriff on there. Obviously, he's the owner of the place. Let's see. All right, so no, you're not noticing anything as far as the thefts or anything along that kind of information on there at all. I mean, obviously, you're coming back with the sheriff because, like I said, he owns the place. You're getting but as you're looking and sorting through stuff, every time your teammates are saying those code words have come up again. Within a minute or so, an app activates on the host, and it gets sent to that particular patron or a patron, and it's different patrons each time.
What is the app?
Okay. While this is
The
going
app
on,
is simply labeled menu. And it seems like there is both a invitation for a mark on the host, as well at that point in time, as well as the app being launched.
I mean, this is his distribution center. I was leaning up against the wall, correct?
Correct.
And I noticed that it was, shall we say, not exactly where it was supposed to be.
Correct.
So if I lean a little further back, do I appear to disappear into or through the wall?
No. You have come up against a hard surface.
So
Okay.
it's not where it's supposed to be, meaning it's like shallower or deeper, or like it's offset to one side or the other.
So he leans through, and he'll be able to realize this. If he kind of pays attention to it specifically. But if he's trying to do it nonchalantly and investigate it, that's a different story. You need to roll a stealth test for me. If you want to actually obviously look and see what's going on.
Right, but I just mean, what did you mean? It's not where it's supposed to be, but what does that mean?
It has a fake surface that's a couple of inches above the actual surface.
Correct.
Okay, so depth-wise.
Depth-wise, correct. So as he's leaning back against the wall, he expects the wall to be one place, but you get that falling sensation as you fall backwards an extra inch and a half, and you realize that, yeah.
He's pulled a Bethesda and clipped into the wall.
Exactly.
Gee, thanks. Okay.
You do notice, Corgan, at the time of you doing that, one of the deputies is now not so subtly watching you, but at the same time eating his dinner at the same time.
Okay. That tells me a lot. I'll straighten up and look, basically lean against the fake wall instead of the real one. Just to see if that sort of lets him relax a little bit. And I'll move down 3 or 4 feet and lean back a little bit and see if it occurs again.
Nope, you're fine this time. It does not occur this time.
Okay. So there's something at that point.
He does continue to pay attention to you.
Well, this is good.
All right.
I'll try to catch the eye of somebody else within the party and do a little eyebrow motion or something, see if I can get somebody to come over and talk to me.
You can use DNI to communicate with us and not be noticed.
Correct.
Oh, see, there you go. That's even easier. I think I'm going to take a walk outside, stretch my leg. If this deputy decides to follow me, one of you coming out behind him would be nice. And I'll just sort of nonchalantly go to the exit, step out the doors and go, I don't know, 15, 20 feet out the door. Turn around, face the exit, and see if the deputy comes with.
Can we see if that person moves? Or if anybody else who is sort of lingering moves instead?
Nobody else that is lingering moves, but that deputy does. As soon as Torgon gets up and starts starts walking away towards the door and whatnot, the other deputy follows his eyes follows his movement for a little bit, and waits 15-20 seconds, and stands up and starts following out the door.
Okay.
He does look like he has left his plate as far as getting up out in the middle of his meal.
Okay. If nobody else wants it, then Bakemono will go. But otherwise, if Cowabunga wants to do it, Bakemono will try to make a distraction.
You do it. I'm watching the waitresses. Let me know if you need any help.
Okay. Bakemono's going to make a show of sort of patting himself, and then he pulls out his pipe. He's like, there it is. Hold my spot, and he'll just talk to the random person next to him and head out.
The drunk at the bar next to you just kind of looks at you with glazed over eyes and said, "Who are you?"
You heard it. I said fives.
Fives? Yeah, that sounds like a good bet.
This man will be rich.
Unless
All
he's a
right.
truck driver, and then he'll be dead.
I don't get it.
Because he's drunk and he's in the mountains.
Well, yeah, but he's not in his car. It's okay. Truck, whatever.
He does not look like a trucker. Anyways.
Anyway,
right, so
Bakemono goes out ostensibly to have a smoke, and then he'll see what else is happening. He, as always, has the kanabo on him unless somebody tells him he can't.
so they will not have stopped you walking in with it, no.
By the way, have we noticed if anybody else is obviously packing in here?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's
pretty
pretty standard.
I think it's pretty standard in UCAS, right? Everywhere?
Or CAS.
In
No,
CAS.
That's what I meant. Oh, hey, wait a minute. I just realized the Marine is UCAS.
Is she?
Correct.
Oh, yeah, she is.
Oh,
Okay.
Interesting.
So, all right. So, Torgon walks out about a minute, let's be generous, a minute or so later after Torgon has enough time to turn around and watch the entrance for the suspected tail. The door does swing out and out walks a deputy, and unless, Torgon, you're hiding yourself somewhere, he does lock eyes with you immediately.
No, I'm actually standing out in the open in a nice open area and probably doing some calisthenics or some stretching.
All right. So he opens up the door and walks out and sees you in the middle of the parking lot or wherever you're doing your stretches at, and he kind of just looks at you for a minute and reaches into his pocket and grabs a smoke, pulls it out and lights it.
Keeping his eyes bad for you.
Keeping his eyes on you for the whole time.
Yeah, but that stuff bad for you. You should exercise lungs, not destroy them.
I am exercising. Every time I inhale, I exercise them. Every time I exhale, I exercise them. Besides, what are you, my mother?
No. I wouldn't be your father either. I don't like doing dogs.
What did you just say? And he kind of steps up from underneath the overhang and kind of takes a few steps closer to you.
I don't like repeating myself. You heard it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have reacted.
You calling my parents dogs?
No. Only your mother.
The officer looks around him. Bakemono, are you out? Are you moving? I know you're moving towards the door. How far behind were you?
Not immediately, but probably 30 seconds or whatever.
All right, because in my mind, this is all playing out in the first maybe minute of both of them being outside and looking at each other.
Yeah, he's not trying to make it look like he's coming out specifically because that guy left. It's more like coincidental timing. That's his objective.
All right, so as the officer starts moving towards you, and Torgon, you see his hand moving towards his pistol. The door swings behind him, and out walks Bakemono, and he immediately takes his hand away from his pistol and turns around and faces Bakemono.
Ah, nice night, isn't it? And he's gonna light up his pipe.
Another man destroy lungs. Bad society.
The deputy says, yeah. Nice night. And he fumbles around for his lighter in his pocket with his cigarette still in his mouth and lights it up, keeping his eye on Torgon the entire time.
Damn, I make friends easy. I'm just going to go back to stretching.
All right.
Taking deep breaths, maybe make a comment about how a coyote would love to see this moon.
So the the deputy walks up closer towards you and starts more whispering to you and telling you that he's going to kick your ass and that nobody talks about his mama like that and that kind of sort of thing.
Mm.
And that you better watch yourself.
I understand. You're a bad man. Bad juju. Okay.
Typical overused phrase, alpha male. Yeah, nah, whatever. He says, yeah, damn straight I'm a bad man. And kind of, he doesn't really like push you or anything along those lines, but as he walks past you towards his cruiser, completely ignoring his meal at this point in time, he brushes up and kind of pushes you off, and you don't really lose your balance, but you definitely feel the force of his shove against you.
Jesus. Okay, we'll let him get by with that.
All right. He walks over to his cruiser and starts it up and pulls out of there, spitting stone out from under his tires.
Okay.
Whilst that's going on, does Nautit want to sense the strange wall, or can J-Pop get a sense for some technology that's doing that?
I could try.
Torgon's gonna walk back to his friend who's smoking the pipe and says, they let you smoke that inside. Come with me. I want you to lean against this wall with me.
That would be so rude. By the way, did we see anybody smoking inside?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind then.
Basil smoking in there with a cigar, yeah. Or Cowabunga.
So,
It's a lousy excuse to go outside then.
oh, but it worked. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was just trying to figure out if he was going to follow out and try to be a brute, and yes, he was.
Oh, yeah.
So now we know what we're dealing with as far as mentality of the individual.
All right. So, Nautit, what are you doing at the bar?
Listening to the conversations.
You're getting all sorts of conversations about trucking routes and different things going on with the with Allen Company mining and the mines going on around here. That seems like the biggest conversation point at this point in the restaurant. Seems like a lot of the truckers here are hauling stuff to or from there. There's a bunch of them that are just hauling through as well, but they're not. If you're paying attention more towards the people that have been using those code words and whatnot, those people, the people that are just passing through, are not using them. They seem to be like you that don't know anything about them.
For the for the general conversations, is there talk about concerns for the safety of their route? You know, anybody bitching how they got jacked, on one of the previous runs, or things like that.
Roll me. What'd you get on your perception test?
5.
Yes. Now roll me a visual perception test.
Put together a couple of them.
All right. So with 3, you can definitely tell that the out-of-state passing through people are more worried about the hijackings and whatnot. They have taken this route regardless for some strange reason. There's various mega corporations represented by the badges and whatnot on the truckers' clothing and whatnot. There are, but the predominantly it is currently Ares that is in there. Obviously because of the armory not too far away. But there are other mega corporations represented there as well. But including Global Sandstorm. And Global Sandstorm, you can easily tell their truckers. They are all talking with no concerns. They're all using those code words. They all have the Global GS hats on with the logo and whatnot on their trucker hats, and yeah.
Okay. From what I'm overhearing, does it sound like there is a
Take down. Love you.
are the out of state truckers who are worried, who are kind of worried and talking about some of the hijackings that have been going on? Is there are there any what? How do I phrase this?
Usually with words.
Have they? Are they generally worried about getting jacked, or are they? I've heard about that, but I'm not too worried because I'm only carrying blah.
They're only usually in pairs of people. The megas are, even though they're of the same corporation, they're kind of they're not exactly sitting together. So if there's like 6 Ares people or 6 Ares truckers in the building, there's 2 sitting over here, there's 2 sitting over here, and there's 2 sitting over here. They're not all sitting at one table or anything together. But you can definitely tell that the ones that are sitting together are trucker pairs. So that there's a driver and a navigator, or one on shift and one off shift type situation. They can always keep the truck moving.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, they're not talking specifically about what they're carrying or anything along those lines. It's more there's the general air of who's going to be next type situation from the those other trucking companies that are driving through the area.
So they're not being explicit about their cargo, but their attitude to the conversation depends on what company they're trucking for.
Correct.
Okay.
And they're kind of keeping, like I said, they're all keeping to themselves for the most part. All the GS guys are all local. They're all kind of chumming with each other. You can definitely tell that they've seen each other, talk to each other before. But the other ones, like I said, that they're passing through, they're not associating with each other aside from the pairs that they normally do.
Interesting thought with the GS guys. They work in pairs. I'm wondering if we might be able to infiltrate, put one of our people in by disabling or removing one of them. If that might be an inside way to look at what's in the quarry.
Can Nautit drive?
No.
Well, that'll be tough then.
All right.
I'm
here's
able to drive.
Yeah, but can you change your face?
I can disguise, but probably not that well.
All right. Here's my question. Here's another question. You were noticing the app coming up every time they mentioned the key phrase. Were you able to get into the app, get a look at exactly what the app was and or any records or databases associated with said app?
Well, it's titled menu. I don't know if anyone was able to get in and look at it.
Well, it sounds like they're running a cat house here as well. And I'm just wondering if there's...
I don't think so, because that's what we were first interrogating. I mean, it's possible, but it sounded like menu is whatever the shadowy back room is. It might be that, but it also might be
it might be
underhanded cargo, smuggling, all kinds of stuff.
Which is why have you
Can you follow
gone
the
further
app
into the
back to
host?
source?
Have you gone further into the host to find the app and or any records that are associated with the app? That might be something incriminating.
If we can follow the app back to its source and show that it's affiliated with the sheriff, that
I mean,
would be proof.
he owns the place, so it's at least it doesn't look good for him. But I don't know if we're going to be able to actually pin it to like him knowing about it and running the thing actively.
Yeah, which is why I said, talking to our hacker here, follow the app, see if there's anything actively associated with it.
All right.
Or hack the app and order something and see what happens.
I mean, you can
we could
activate the
probably-
app if you want
We
to.
could probably do that. Like we don't even need to hack that, but we've heard a bunch of code phrases. We could just start talking and see what happens.
What do you want to do?
I pissed off or Deputy Fife. I think I've done my good deed for the night.
If J-Pop wants to do the investigation, I think that would be the subtlest way to do it. If we need a distraction, then that's the thing that Bakemono's kind of trying to be available for, because like that's kind of his other thing.
Even more subtle would be a sensing the wall.
Yep, could do that too.
Well,
Yeah, because
J-Pop, are you still with us?
I am. Let's let y'all talk.
All right, go. Step up, make the rolls, do the investigation, because you're letting us formulate and theorize far too much, without any information.
All right. What specific thing is the investigate? Would that be matrix search, perception?
What are you trying to do? Or what are you trying to find?
Sounds like I'm trying to trace the app.
So the app is activating from the host. So
Right.
there's nothing to actually trace back because it's based on the host. So even if you were to trace it back, it's just going to come back to the host.
I think what's in it would be more useful.
Activating it's going to be the easiest way to do that.
Easiest, sure, but not the most subtle.
Yeah, but it's like, are there any, are there any documents or files associated with the app? So it's like somebody selects, well, if they make a selection on the app, where, what is the app communicating with? If there's a financial transaction going on, are there records that are being, is there a record file that's, pops up somewhere else?
follow. Make me a search.
actually, that's a fantastic thought there, Bubba, because we're talking Capone. If we can catch him, if we can prove that he's not paying taxes, whether or not it's a legal transaction, you're supposed to pay taxes on your transactions.
All right. So looking at the host, you are seeing. You also asked about the cameras and following the person earlier. I know following the people earlier too as well, didn't you?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Let's go with this route first. So as you are searching on the host, the app is, and watching the app, you see one, after it's activated, it pings directly to the person and gives them a mark, but it also accesses a file and almost immediately after accessing the person's comm link that gets access to the host, and the app also looks like it messes with the database, a database on the host.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna do a perception on the database to make to that file, so to
Splendid.
check for data bombs.
Splendid idea.
I guess perception or search doesn't matter. They're the exact same. So
Pretty much. All right.
does it have a data bomb?
It does.
Okay.
You can ask 6 more questions about the file if you really wanted to.
I mean, I think all the other questions I would have would require me to have edit or cracked it. So I think it's like I have to wait.
No, not really. You could ask if it was encrypted, what the rating of the data bomb is, so on and
Yeah,
so forth.
oh yeah. Sorry. Yes. What is the rating of the data bomb? That's pretty
The rating of the data bomb is a 4.
okay.
Pretty scary.
And what is the file encrypted?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And cracking the file is what's that resisted with? The protection rating. What's the protection rating of the file?
It is. It did also a 4.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna attempt to disarm the data bomb. And I do have disarm running. I can't remember if that's 1 dice or 2.
I don't remember either. I think it's 2. I know it adds to your. Doesn't it add your data processing or something like that?
I'm trying to.
You're talking, was it demolition?
No.
No, demolition is for setting.
All right, it's
Decryption, diffuse. It's +4 dice pool to resist damage.
Oh, okay. So it's
Demolition is the one that gives you additional 1
Correct.
when you're setting a data
when
bomb.
you're setting a data bomb, correct.
okay. So I just have an extra 4 if this goes south. Okay.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. That's a firewall test. Sorry, I changed the wrong thing. Oh, I could only get 1 better than that anyway. So the best I could get is 6 on a firewall test for me.
All right, so you would have gotten 6 effectively, right?
Yes.
All right, disarm data bomb. Well, unless I roll super good, which I did not, you have disarmed the data bomb.
All right. I will attempt to crack the file. I am running decryption, which that's just oh, it actually is decryption is just +1 to my attack attribute. That's interesting. Okay.
But it is an attack action.
Correct.
Yeah. It's just I thought it was specific to.
Yeah, no, it's pretty much everything. It's nice.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think they ended up removing the little quantifier of when attempting a crack file action, you get a +1 to your attack rating.
Right.
Yeah, it's all of them.
Okay. Right. Okay.
You successfully decrypt. Now, alarms I shouldn't say alarms start going off, but the spider and the patrol ice have been just notified that there has been a attack action done on the host.
Successful one.
Successful one, exactly. So they are going to start looking for things. I do not believe they will be able to find you, but still we will try.
So our 2 officer friends that are still inside are becoming active?
No.
No, this is still just in the host.
Correct.
Okay.
Basically, it gets notified that there's a change in the matrix or whatever, and they have to.
Okay, this is not my ballywick, so I stay out of it.
Look for what it is. It's a doozy.
Well, spider missed you.
I am willing to walk out into the parking lot and stretch again if that'll be helpful.
And the ice doesn't spot you either. All right. Your turn, sir. What are you cracked open the file? You have not edited it to access it yet.
Yep. All right. Oh, so that means data processing. Got it. Edit the file. Edit the file. Oh, close.
That was close. All right. And yeah. Okay. So yeah, you edit the file and access it. So it looks like it is you're looking at it and there's a lot of usernames and comlink IDs. Some of them have different data off the end of it. It looks like there's different selections have been made by that particular person in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And it's basically just a running tally of their orders on the menu, in quotation marks.
Does it, like, what does it say that the order is? Like, is it still using like phrases like, oh, they ordered toast? And or is it more obvious, or is it subtle?
No, it's obvious at this point in time. They have so in this particular menu, the menu offers various prostitution, gambling, and drug and weapon sales.
Okay, so all the above.
That all go on in the back room. So and exactly, and so there are various purchases and records of said people, and you think this could probably be valued if somebody could use this information for nefarious deeds if they wanted to, and you wanted to sell it to them. In other words, pay data.
But not objective data.
This one is not objective data, no.
Okay, all right, but yeah, I see. It's a potentially incriminating ledger for people who use it.
Absolutely.
I actually, so all right, so I think it could be used for both, because it's a tally of everyone who uses the service, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So it's proof that the owner is condoning illegal and illicit services out of his business.
It'd be circumstantial at best.
Yeah.
There's no proof that he knows about it. So possible liability, but like.
Correct.
And this is a very secondary thing, but I have a thought, not about proving he's guilty of crimes when, like, I literally saw that on message board posts. You know, so literally, the people of this area don't give a shit.
A wild silver has appeared.
Hello.
I don't think I'm wild. I think I'm domesticated.
Are you married?
Actually, yes. So
then
I
yes,
must be at that point.
you're domesticated at that point in time. Domesticated and probably neutered also.
Rude.
But she did do that to my dog, so I dodged the bullet. He took it instead.
Ew.
Man's best friend.
So that's what a service animal's for.
Ha! That's where the point of edge to you, Torgon. Regain. All right. Anyway, Steely, you were saying something.
Yeah. So it's leaking this information as opposed to selling it, though, would be embarrassing to the people on the list. Not necessarily more or less harmful to the sheriff, with the exception of the fact that now anybody who's on that list might be blaming the sheriff for them being
right. He didn't keep their data well enough.
Right,
he attempted. There was a reading for data bomb and a reading for encryption. He attempted.
They're not going to care about that if their stuff starts hitting the news.
Yeah, trust me, for someone who works in actual cybersecurity, people's stuff gets loose. They don't care how much was in between.
Oh, I know.
X and Y.
It wasn't enough.
But the other thing I was thinking was that I have the file now. I could make an alteration where it looks like he's using the services and just make sure that they are the most embarrassing services. Like maybe he orders the stiletto special.
And make them cheaper for him.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's that too. But like every single one of them is going to be like where he gets dominated. I mean, this is like a Southern boy sheriff. So the idea of him being told that, he gets the bad boy spanking special. He gets the stiletto special. He gets, the sit in the corner and watch special.
And
This is all This is all very
other
fascinating.
Friday,
If it happens to be true that that's one of his fetishes, but more likely we're going to get this guy pinched on having the stolen goods, right?
Well, we could do all of the above, because part of the objective is to ruin his reputation.
hey, when you stick it out there with the reputation, go ahead and have him use the young boy special every other Friday too.
So to that extent, we could just make it up, right? Let's just change the file so it says that, and then we can move on.
That's
Yeah,
what we're
you
saying.
can do whatever you want.
We're not talking about getting the details on this. We're talking about making it a problem for him.
Right. So I edit the file and then I leak the file because I
Okay.
have the file.
All right. Who are you sending it to?
Well,
Kentucky State Police.
Remember, we're not
that's not
talking to them. We're just going back to our guy, but we don't have to do that yet.
Well, this is a different story, though. You could put this in there if you wanted to ruin his reputation with that.
Right, but again, we're not talking to the police. We're talking to our guy.
Gotcha. Okay.
right. Well, what I can do is I can check and see. J-Pop's like easily on the web. She could release it herself on the web. But if she's trying to make it as visible as possible, she'd probably find what's going to be the most popular local BBS message boards.
That's easy. Let's bring it back to our
Sure.
to
Our-
Juanita and let her decide where it goes.
But that's just this portion. I'm not saying that we're done. We still want to get the stolen goods and all that. But I think this
Oh
is
yeah, I know. But
this
I
is-
mean, she would know who locally would spread that widest and quickest.
Yep.
All right. So yeah,
Right, is
you
there-
easily make the modifications based on your edit roll previously. That's not a problem.
Cool.
What is next? I know. I think there was comment of.
Nautit, would you please sense the wall?
Yeah, I was talk of the wall at some point in time.
Talk of the wall. I will sense the wall.
Excellent.
I
Get
can
it.
tell you that it looks like a wall.
Get a glitch this, I dare you.
We should have been able to define at least
You
the width
came
of the
close to
area
a
that
failure,
it's
sir.
covering.
Yes,
But you could
the
use NERPs.
failure is not a glitch.
And you could use NERPs.
Well, is there anything to the wall?
I mean, it's a wall.
Is there anything magical to the wall?
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, looking at the wall, there is definitely a let's call it a 6-foot section of wall that is glowing.
All right.
Let's see. Hold on a sec. Time out. Let me take that comment back. Maybe. Hold on.
Is it floor to ceiling?
Oh. Hold on a second.
Okay.
You have to. Let's see. What? You have to beat my masking. Sorry. And that's a magic plus initiate grade, if I remember correctly. Yes.
Correct. That's assuming he's actively masking a spell or the ward or whatever it is.
Yes.
Extended masking will let you do that.
Eek. Tie game. So Tie's Guild Defender, you actually don't see anything on the astral plane.
Okay.
Silver can confirm it's a wall.
It looks like a wall. Because from the way it's been described, it seems like it's it seems like it's as much AR or a projection as much a technological projection as much as it might be magical. So I'm not seeing anything with a brief look over there.
Funhouse mirror.
Yeah.
I suppose I did not ask you if you wanted to, if you were happy with that one, but
Well, I mean,
I asked him
I
if he wanted
don't
to use
have
nerfs, and he said no.
for
so-
everything we've seen here. I don't have any reason to suspect there's anything magical going on. I mean, I
The
tell you
fact,
what,
the fact
there
that
is
there's an
one,
illusion 2 inches above the surface of the wall is not something suspicious to you.
it could be a hologram. It could
So,
be it
pause.
could be AR.
Pause.
Nobody has.
In character, that's true. But out of character, you're making a roll, and you know whether or not you're happy with the roll. So that's fine if you don't want to spend anything, but that's not an in-character decision.
Yeah. Out of character, I don't have a reason. So far, I have not been given any reason to suspect there's anything magical going on in here. Now, mind you, I will do a general sensing of the room and, to see that, because I should have done that earlier. And in that case, I may or may not
So
look harder at the wall, but
the sensing test that you just rolled
was
would be
looking at the wall specifically.
okay.
Okay. The kind of looking around, because I don't suspect there's everything I'm seeing here sounds like it's technology or mundane based.
Okay.
A general sensing of the room, see if if any of the people working here or any of the customers are magical, if there are any spirits around, that kind of thing, might change my mind. So for the general sensing for the room, what do I see?
All right. Everywhere except for where you already looked at, effectively. The rest of the place, there is maybe 1 or 2 people that have a spark of magic, but nothing aside from your cohorts that have magical capabilities, obviously, do not have magic in them. There's nothing else magical in the facility.
So there's no reason for me to suspect that there's magic to the wall if there's no.
Well, that doesn't make any sense.
Oh,
so you said there were awakened people in the crowd.
There are a few people that have a spark, nothing as capable as the rest of the people in your party. And by spark, I mean magic reading 1 or 2. Now I'm going to amend that statement right now, because you also do see a spirit in the astral plane.
Okay, what is this spirit?
You want to directly sense it?
I want to directly sense the spirit.
Excellent.
Well, from the general sensing, is it just kind of moping around? Is it hanging around a particular customer or employee? Does it look like it's a spiritual bouncer?
It looks like it's actually taking the form of a rock formation in the corner of Jackknife Jed's.
Okay, spiritual bouncer it is. So specifically a sensing it. Let me throw a nerfs on that.
Okay.
All right, so 3.
Tree. All right. So with tree, you would get its magic rating is less than yours. I'm assuming yours is a 6 or higher.
5.
Oh, actually, it is higher magic rating than you.
Okay. Anything else about it?
Yeah, higher magic than you. Force is higher than you. Nope, nothing else. You've never seen the aura before.
What type of spirit is it?
It is a spirit of earth.
Spirit of earth. Is it a bound spirit?
You can't tell that.
Okay.
Nice try.
It doesn't. It's. Does it appear that it is associated with any of the auras of the other two, of the couple of people with the sparks that are here? Okay.
No, not at all.
It doesn't appear. Okay, it does not appear associated with anybody who I can actually see on the general sensing.
Correct.
All right.
So
Now,
I'm
with
going-
that statement of noticing a suspected astral bouncer, if you want to take a second look at the wall, you're welcome to at a -2 dice pool penalty.
Yes. Based on this, I do want to take a second look.
Are you happy with that number? I mean, you're getting the same answer as previous, so
Yeah, and unfortunately, I'm stuck with the out of character. I know something's ick, but in character, I don't.
agreed.
But out of character is where you make decisions about edge.
And
Correct.
you have NERPs.
And you have
Right.
nerfs. Exactly.
There's no reason you can't do this. It's totally up to whether or not you want to.
Correct.
You want to. So peer pressure.
Fine, peer pressure.
Oh, it's totally up to you. You don't have to do it, but just recognize that is a you choice, not a character choice.
Yeah, spending of edge on the test can be influenced by player knowledge. Absolutely. I have no problems with that. You just have to live with that decision. Okay.
And I'm still coming up with the same.
You're still coming up with the same, and you can choose to still spend edge if you wish.
You can spend multiple NERPs.
Not on the same roll, you
No,
can't.
not on the same roll you can't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm going to hold on to my 2 edge.
Okay. While he's doing that, I'll turn and face the wall where I know it's, false wall.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to press my hands through it till I feel the thing behind it.
Okay.
And just sort of walk my hands along looking for any type of edge.
Are you doing this
seam,
subtly, or are you doing this
door
obviously?
handle. I don't think there's a way to be too subtle about it. If I'm sticking my hands, I'd be about wrist deep into a fake wall.
Well,
Can we try to distract people? from whatever?
exactly. That's what I'm asking.
So, there's still a musical performance going on, right?
Yes.
So Bakemono is going to try to draw attention either to the performance or to himself by starting to sing along with it. He's been quote unquote drinking for however long we've been in here, so he's trying to get into the spirit and just be
Drinking
very
and
visible.
smoking.
You could always tap that weapon focus on the floor in time and then tap it on the wall in time.
That's rude.
But remarkably effective.
That sends a very specific kind of message, which she's not trying to send. So, all right, we're going to do performance.
Cowabunga would be an additional distraction to this situation if he wishes to join.
All right. What is it that you're specifically doing over there, Bakemono?
He's just trying to be visible. He's singing along with the musical performance. The intent is to keep people looking at him or the band, not whatever our man over there is doing to the wall.
All right. I'll entertain or distract the bar by grabbing one of the waitresses.
Hey, rude.
Grabbing them in an inappropriate way, or grabbing them as in trying to get their attention?
Both.
Excellent.
Quick question: is there
Answer.
a camera trained on that wall?
There is actually.
Can I snag that before?
Certainly.
That is. Where's my cheat sheet?
Edit file.
Oh, that's edit file.
Yeah, it'd just be an edit file to snag the camera and loop the footage, which is, I'm assuming, what you're wanting to do.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, edit file. Here we go.
Hopefully you'll loop that footage before there's a vision of me reaching through the wall, but
Easy. Yeah, it's just as you're reaching to the wall over and over again for like 5 minutes. Awkward.
Well, there's nothing like subtle.
All right. So yeah, you loop that file, loop that camera feed relatively easily, not a problem. Bakemono is doing a halfway decent performance of dancing along with the bluegrass music. Is Cowabunga?
I realized that that my description of my activities was somewhat vague, and I should probably clarify what I had in my mind
Yes.
so that you perverts don't get the wrong idea.
Well,
I'm throwing an arm over one of the waitresses and pulling her closer.
and acting like you're drunk, or just trying to get her attention, or what's going on?
Sure, acting like I'm drunk.
Okay. All right.
I'm asking her if she wants any battle nut.
Is that a euphemism?
It's not. I'm not that complicated.
His mouth is red.
There's too many letters in that word for him. Come on.
That's probably actually true.
I didn't even catch what
His logic's only a 2, so yeah, that's probably true.
That's most Shadowrunners. He said better not.
All right, so yeah, you grab onto the waitress and do that. A couple of the patrons seem to be kind of irritated about that and kind of get up and look at the waitress and talk to her a little bit. So you're grabbing some attention up near the bar where you were seated at. The waitress is not showing any signs of distress at the moment. Obviously, she has been in this situation before, as her fist. You can easily tell that her fist balls up on one side of her, ready to strike if need be. But she does not throw the punch just yet. As you simply ask her, "Would you like some betel nut?" And she's trying to judge whether or not you're serious or if it's code for something else. Bakemono has moved his way closer to the dance floor and is starting to dance and maybe not dancing, but
he's at the bar still, but he's like grabbing the people next to him.
Oh,
and
okay.
Like trying to get them to move. Like he's swaying back and forth, and like the guy who was barely hanging onto the chair before, who was supposed to hold his seat. He's like trying to keep that guy on the seat while also moving.
Gotcha. And your body and strength isn't small numbers, so you're definitely moving things as you're doing all this kind of stuff. So you're definitely getting attention. Between the two of you, you are getting the attention of the 15 or so people around the bar area, and over in the general direction that you're wanting to achieve that task at. As Torgon starts putting his hands through the walls. Why don't you roll me a touch perception test, Torgon?
Okay.
And if you don't have any specializations for touch, then it's just a standard perception test.
Let's see. I see my perception, the attributes intelligence. Should I? Yep. Where am I going to find the touch?
If you don't have a specialization in the skill for touch, you're not getting any bonuses. So just roll perception regular.
Perception.
There we go. Well, then specialization none applies would be yes. None applies. Kaboom. Situational modifiers. I'd like to have like 27 of them, but.
All right. Well, are you happy with that number? Do you want to spend any edge or any NERPs on that?
Also, you don't have a wound penalty, do you? And why are you adding 2 for
why? I thought
that's a good point.
Wounds went away.
Well, they do, but you have to erase them from the system still.
And where do I find those to erase them?
Be on the front page of your character sheet under wounds.
That's on main then.
So just when you erase those and put it down to 0 or whatever it needs to be, then go back and re-roll your perception test.
Okay, hold on. Attributes, standard, limits, damage tracks.
Yes, yeah, so under damage tracks, you should have 0 physical and 0 stun under wounds. Don't change the health. I have 0
physical, 0 stun. I have 10 health, 10 stun, and 14 overflow.
But it says 0 wounds. It says 0 physical, 0 stun.
Yes.
That's weird.
So that's good, but it also might be reading that as modifiers. So when you're making the roll, specialization does not apply, so that should be no. And then you don't have any modifiers. So it's just basically a flat roll.
Okay. So, and again, that was perception.
Correct.
Yep.
So
Let me hit
technically, the
this.
wound penalty and the none evened everything out. So he did roll the correct amount of dice.
Okay. If you
Yeah.
say so.
He should have been rolling
Okay.
eight dice. So, and it did roll 8 dice for him.
Cool.
And now it actually subtracted 2 because his wound penalty is still on there. So
That's weird.
his first roll is perfectly fine. But this question
Yeah.
still stands: do you want to put any edge or nerps into that to roll better?
No, I'll live with that one.
Okay. So yeah, you're feeling around and you're not finding anything obvious as far as a handle or anything along those lines. You're kind of moving around. You're trying to feel like you're definitely finding an edge of a door frame or a frame of some sort. Where the recess is that your hands are in, but beyond that, you're not finding any sort of access.
Okay, I will communicate what I have discovered, and then sort of remove my hands from it so I look a little more normal, and then turn back around and probably just go ahead and join the singing and the distraction at that point.
All right.
And we'll let somebody else that's might be a little better equipped to figure that thing out go over and play with the wall.
Well, in terms of the wall, we can keep people's eyes away from it a little bit, but we can't be too obvious. So I'm not sure if there's anything on the matrix that might reveal there's a thing back there or what. Like, can we do a matrix perception just from where we're sitting to see if an icon is over there?
Sure.
All right, let's do that real quick. Although it's probably more of a, or I'd rather, it would probably be better for J-Pop to do that, because if this is host joined, I'm not going to see it anyway.
You know what? While they're doing that, I know where that is spatially. I'm going to go back outside and walk around the building and see if there's physically, if there's a structure that would be coming out of that area.
All right. All right. So as you're going through that, let's see. As the people are doing their perceptions for computer to see if there's any icons over there, J-Pop, you actually do notice a hidden icon over there that is not connected to the host.
Interesting.
Can I tell what the icon is? Like what it represents? Is it a
Yeah, no, you've seen this many times. It's a maglock.
Oh, cool.
so is it like I'm saying it, but would it actually, because it's a mag lock, would it still be connected to the matrix, or is it I have a way of manipulating it if I were to leave the like I would guess I would have to leave the host to do anything to it, wouldn't I?
Correct.
Okay. But
Yeah,
it
you
is
can't affect it while you're in the host. It is not connected to the host.
right. But it is on the matrix, meaning
Correct.
I could actually affect it. Okay.
Correct.
All right. I will let the team know, and then I guess I'll confirm if there's nothing else on the matrix. But keep in mind that I'm also looping the camera, so when I leave, that loop is going to be gone. So even if I pop that lock, they'll see it coming in.
Do any of the waitresses seem like they have keys on them or anything like that?
Nope.
Okay. So this may not be something associated with the main business or even the side business, for all we know.
This is true.
I reckon it's his office. You know, we can ask about this is Josephat or whatever her name is, Juanita.
Josephat.
I mean, do you think she
Known
would
for
know
jumping.
about a hidden room in his bar?
It's possible that it was there before he owned it, so maybe. It's a
Maybe
bit of a long
Daddy-
shot, but
That's fair.
Yeah,
So
Dad might
as
know about
Torgon's
that.
walking around outside, he does not notice any sort of building or protrusion in the structure that would have identified that. And the looking, doing a little spatial awareness as far as he would be able to do, it does seem like it would be in the existing structure of the building. It's not it wouldn't have been an outside wall that he was touching previously. It was an interior wall.
Okay.
And as far as if you wanted to contact Juanita about it, you're welcome to.
Yeah, I'll do it quickly. Just get it over with. Hey, Juanita.
Yo.
Hey, we're in over at the Jackknife
Yep.
Jed's, and there's a wall across from the bar or wherever it actually is.
No.
Okay. So when your dad owned this place, there was no wall. There was just one big room.
Yeah, there was you're talking about over by the bathrooms, and you nod and say yes.
Yeah.
No, that was part of dining room over there.
Okay.
So
All right,
no
Wiz.
secret storeroom.
Thanks. So I'll tell the team. Looks like they put a wall up that didn't used to be here, and who knows what's on the other side. Maybe we should come back after hours and take a look.
that's an option. I could have a spirit look, but it's not going to be able to do very much against a lock like that.
I mean, someone could just project in there too.
But there is a spirit watching.
Yes,
That's
the
true.
other side of it.
Oh, speaking of the spirit watching, not it. The spirit, as you were sensing, does glance in your direction and pays attention to you for a little while after you stop sensing. It does not do anything other than that.
Okay. Well, since
What
I'm
time
not
does
doing
this-
anything suspicious at the moment, I'm
What
not
time
too
does this
worried about
place
it.
close?
All right.
I'm aware that it is, but being aware that it is aware of me is always a good thing.
So how long till closing time?
Let's call it 3 hours.
Okay, so far we're getting the sense that this is not a particularly fighty place, although it could potentially happen sometimes. This isn't the eponymous Roadhouse when
Correct.
Patrick Swayze shows up.
Roadhouse.
Yes. But what it does also tell us is that there is a hidden back or side business and another door that we can't quite identify that's not on the host. And the host
also-
is associated with the shadow business.
Yeah. Also, those guys that went in the kit, those people that went in the kitchen, they, they got something in the kitchen and some didn't come out, which means they're probably still busy somewhere. So there's got to be an exit there as well.
And you said that app was associated with whores, guns, and what else?
How many exits did I
Drugs.
see? When,
Whores,
how many
drugs, and
exits did I count?
Gambling also. There's a fire exit and the main entrance.
So there wasn't an exit visible around where the kitchen would have been.
Correct.
But remember, it's built into the side of a mountain. So there may be, a cave back there.
Yeah, there could be basements too. We have no way of knowing.
Or a complete mine for all we know.
Yep. Man, it's a good idea for a bar.
It is.
There is one in California, at Placerville. They've got a it's actually more of an ice cream parlor, but it's connected to the side of the hill, and you can walk into the back about 25 or 30 feet down, by which I mean flat, into the side of the hill toward the old mine.
Neat.
It's pretty creepy and cold and wet.
Do they make coal flavored ice cream?
They don't.
What's the name of this bar?
I'll look it up.
Let's get back on task because we got 2 hours left.
Yep.
And you're not even a third of the way through this thing.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
You are at a correct location. I will tell you that, though.
All right. Well, what is our next step? Because if we want to explore this room, we're going to have to do it in a way that is unobtrusive.
Can somebody blow the maglock for us?
I mean, yeah, you did identify that there was a maglock lock there, so.
I can jack out and pop the lock, but I was not going to do that until we're ready to move because, like I said, once I do, I no longer have control of that camera that's also watching the same spot.
Yeah, but you could also go back in and then do the camera again because you still have marks on the host.
True. Yeah. So I can do an.
To your point, even if you did open this lock and we could walk right in there, it's probably going to be fairly obvious. Like, I don't know if we can possibly be that distracting.
No. Well, why don't we go take a look at the quarry, drive out there and see what we can observe, and then come back within the 3-hour limit. And we can do a little after hours business there.
Sounds like a plan.
Well, so pause. We could do that, but breaking in here isn't going to be any more subtle, really. It just is going to change the people who will see us from patrons to the security apparatus.
This is true.
Which is fine, but if we're going to do that, then we might as well just go now, right?
We don't have. I don't think we have enough information for the rest of our objectives
to
go hot right now.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. If we do something now with patrons, there's collateral damage.
I don't think anybody's suggesting going hot. What I am saying is, if people are going to spot us, they're going to do it now or later because going in through the door is going to get us spotted.
Now, here's why I say it's going hot now. There is a spirit that is kind of for all intents and purposes, an astral bouncer in the room here.
Yep.
I cannot see who it's associated with, and it is aware of me. Yep. There are 3 deputies here as well.
Two now.
Okay, 2 now. There's 2 deputies here.
Yep.
If we go hot and go through that wall, 1, the employees we're going to have to deal with the employees. 2, the deputies will probably get involved, and they will probably call for backup.
Yep.
So, if we do anything with the door right now, that's going hot.
Mm-hmm.
If we get caught, yes, it's going hot. If we get caught later, it's also going hot because, as you said, there's a spirit here. It's not going to sleep. And there's the cameras, and they probably have a security staff on site.
True.
So all I'm saying is, either way, if we go through the door, there's a good chance we're getting spotted, unless we can do something to obscure that from happening.
Got anybody with some illusion spells, or though that's not going to help against the friggin' spirit. Yeah. Yeah,
I mean the camera. I think J-Pop could probably handle.
Yeah.
The spirit, we're going to have to either manescape it or put it in a bubble or something.
Yeah.
Or kill it, but that's also kind of obvious. In any event, that would be a little bit simpler, at least in terms of collateral damage risk after hours. We could also try something entirely different, like coming through a wall or through the ceiling or whatever.
Can I get a schematic of the building?
Sure.
From the.
Yeah, it's got a fire escape plan.
I like how the first building that we've run into that's at least trying to be up to code is a random roadhouse.
Roadhouse.
So here's a question.
Yes.
Do the fire escape doors
yes.
have locks that I can control from the host? Or can they only be open from the inside, like with those emergency fire escape doors like you normally encounter?
So in my opinion, and J-Pop would know this, if they would probably be locked via the matrix and the locks would be connected to the host, but at the same time, it would also be connected to the fire suppression system and alarm system, and also have the emergency brake bars and whatnot to slam open in case they didn't unlock or anything along those lines. So in case the alarm goes off, the fire alarm goes off, obviously the door has to unlock. If the host stops working for some strange reason and the door doesn't unlock, a very easily manipulated breaker, the crash bar, would be the next thing to do, and that would be how I would think is probably would work. So does that answer your question?
Yeah. So I could see, where is it here? I can manipulate a device that's slave to the host. I can
Correct.
also, where was it?
What happens if you set off the fire alarm, Mr. J Pop?
I imagine that some people would evacuate, and then the deputies would be trying to figure out where the fire is. And it might also trigger fire suppression systems. I don't know. But I can see if if I can get that data from what all is involved in the fire suppression. I imagine at least something above the fryers and cooking equipment.
Why does it matter?
I think he wants to see if we can empty the place by me triggering the fire alarm.
I mean, probably, but it's also going to be super obvious.
I've got a feeling that it's going to be super obvious as soon as we move, no matter what the hell we do.
Right.
Well,
No.
Here's a thought. Instead
Yes.
of going this direction, why don't we go with one of the more that we could still be a little bit more subtle with? Like try to buy a gun, try to buy some drugs, try to get a whore.
Well,
Interact with the app and play it through there. Maybe we can question whoever we're talking to on the other side, or simply get a better look, behind the scenes when we go back into the kitchen.
Sounds like a great job for a professional infiltrator.
It does. I'm just waiting for all the. I'm trying to wait for everybody else. I don't want to hog the spotlight.
no, you do your thing. I'm gonna watch from the host, and if you run into a problem, I can alert the team.
Sounds good. All right. Have I overheard enough to figure out which phrase is for which?
Yes. What are you trying to order? Well, I take that statement back. One of the 4 will get you the same result based on JPOP's findings on the server.
One of the 4 will get the same result as what?
It basically the app opens for you, and you can access anything and everything.
So
the code phrase is just to get you to the menu, and the menu is not coded.
Correct.
So if you say roll in the grass, it gets you the menu, and you can go from there.
All right. Yeah. Let's go with the roll in the grass.
All right.
I know which one that is.
The waitress overhears that and walks up to you and said, "We'll be with you shortly, darling." And sure enough, within a minute, you get a ping from the host, giving you access, giving you 1 mark on the host, and the app auto launches into your comlink. You have menus for gambling. You have menus for prostitution. You have menus for purchasing drugs, weapons, or various other illegal contraband. And no, a quick perusal does not show anything from the shipments that you are trying to research.
Okay.
Okay.
So nothing for the shipments that we're trying to research. Does the is there a sampling listed for what kind of drugs are available?
Yeah, everything in the core rulebook. That is not toxins.
Okay. So no awakened drugs.
No awakened drugs, no.
That is the important part there. All right. I think I can probably schmooze a whore. Best of all, gambling would take a bit take a bit more time. So let's go for the quick and dirty, and let's order a whore.
All right, I'll let go of the waitress.
Okay.
He's been holding on to this whole time. She's just like, I'm bored.
Well, I'm going to say this has been like 20 seconds.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah.
But yeah, she stands back up and says, "Honey, we need to get you. I think you're cut off. You've had quite a few. Well, we're not. How about a water on the house? How about coffee on the house?
Coffee, yeah, but not soy craft, real coffee.
Yeah, of course, darling."
Yeah, good.
She mumbles under her breath as she walks away. He won't tell the difference.
True.
All right. So yeah, you order yourself a prostitute. It is the prices are anywhere from 300 new yen all the way up to 600 new yen
That is higher than the book rate.
for a prostitute.
Yeah, they're in the like run faster.
Supply
or
and
something like
demand.
that.
Seriously?
Yeah, it's true. Supply and demand is a good point.
Yeah, okay.
I'm a little I'm a little interested in how you do that fast.
Exactly.
Because I was amused in perusing the list of items.
I didn't even know that was a thing. I'm gonna have to find it. What page is it?
There's a page in Run Faster that has all things, like from diapers to erasers. It's got everything.
Oh, that's right.
It's got cheap prepaid comlinks that are way cheaper than MetaLink.
Yeah, but this is probably the difference. There is that's probably a go to a corner in a dark alley and get your jollies versus
No, there are 3 classes. There's fancy, medium, and low.
They thought about this.
You studied this in depth.
I may not have read many of the rules, but I've read some.
Three classes, fancy, medium, and was clean the last class?
It was not.
Wow. That's probably a high
That's just
markup.
terrible.
You can for 500. You get an escort service.
Let's go
They
with the
walk
5.
you down to the end of the alley.
Anyway, I'm distracting from a game that's already running.
Yes.
Late, so
Let's go with the 500 option.
Okay.
Actually, no. For the best information, go with the best pay. Go with the best paid ones. We'll go with the 600.
All right. So yeah, about 10 minutes later, you get a ping telling you to hit. I'm sorry, a ping that your order is ready. The waitress shows up momentarily after that and escorts you to the back room, or to the kitchen area, which you are taken to a back room.
do you have a camera where you can give us a feed?
Yes.
All right.
I keep the feed open for the group.
I start a PPV session.
You see the waitress that was assaulted by Cowabunga?
It was consensual.
Was it though?
I was just giving her betel nut and creating a distraction.
Anyways, she is there waiting for you.
All right.
What I'm assuming you're not going to pump and dump. So what is the desired result out of this? Oh, actually, I take that back. You're a girl at the moment, aren't you? So did you order female or male?
I ordered male.
Oh, well, in that case, male's in there. A different guy, a different person's in there. I was thinking other way. I was thinking the other way around. I apologize.
At least part of the result that we're looking for is the path to the back room, which is what we're getting from the camera feed.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then pump them for information.
Well,
I'm getting pumped.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm pumping them for information. Yes.
All right, what are you asking?
How good the business? We start with the simple questions of how good the business is here. How their employer treats them. If they have any kind of regrets. Maybe either regrets or why they're working here when there are so many other options in the area, down to either the boss or some of the more frequent clients, whatever bits of information I can get regarding them.
Roll me a judge intentions.
I can also roll you a con if you would like to make this subtle.
We're jumping past that in interest of time and going straight to the responses and whether or not you believe them or not.
Okay.
All right, with 3 successes, basically he's telling you he's giving you what is rehearsed commentary, and you can tell that it's rehearsed commentary, but at the same time you also feel that it's mostly true, that he's working, he's got a good job, he doesn't really mind the extracurricular activities, he gets good pay for everything, he's able to put his family in a good house and keep everything going and all that kind of stuff. So he's not really trying to, he's not really throwing shade on anyone or any place at all.
It's his dream job.
It's not a dream job, no, by any means, but at the same time, it's what he can do and what he can do in this area, I guess is a good way of looking at it.
And then gossip on the sheriff and his operation.
Basically that the sheriff is a known bad guy in the area, but nobody challenges him because anybody that does usually ends up getting buried or has being chased out by the deputies, whatnot, for during elections. And that the businesses that all of the shady deals that this particular person knows about with the gambling and all that kind of stuff here takes place either here or up at the hunting lodge that he has, or at and those are the two locations that he knows about.
Okay. If we wanted to get into a game at the hunting, it sounds like the hunting lodge is a higher caliber game than what's held here.
This is just online betting, yes.
Okay. So if one wants to get into a game at the hunting lodge, what does one need to do?
Get an invite and pay the cover.
And how does one get an invite? And what is the cover?
The cover is 1,000 new yen, and getting an invite is you have to know somebody. And I'm sorry, I don't count.
Who does?
Yeah, do you know who does?
Any of the deputies.
I made friends with one.
Okay.
Oh, it's 2 of them.
Can anybody else think of any other questions I can pump this guy for?
On the wall.
I guess if he knows anything, I mean, I think as in the interest of being cagey, you can't go too specific. Maybe if they've heard anything about the raids and banditry recently.
Have you heard anything about the shipments that have gotten hijacked lately?
Let's see.
I heard.
Yes,
I heard a lot of the truckers
have
talking about it, and I'm asking.
The boys, the deputies are usually here after one of them, after news of a heist breaks. Within usually, I hear about a news of a heist break after the deputies are here, and have celebrated for the night. But they keep to themselves what they're celebrating for the most part. But they do spend quite a bit of money on those nights. Gambling, women, men, weapons, drugs. They're definitely celebrating something about that. And I'm smart enough to put 2 and 2 together, but I've never said anything about it. I want to keep. I don't want to get fired, and I don't want to get hurt.
Over the DNI, do all of them have the same reaction, or are any of them less enthusiastic?
No, all of
Are
them are all of them are exactly as ecstatic.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, and how many deputies is he aware of?
He is aware of, I believe I said 9 earlier, so 9.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Has he ever heard? They're here celebrating after one of these hijackings occurs. Have you ever heard them talking? Prior to one of the hijackings. Obviously, you want to keep your nose clean, so you don't really, indulge. But I mean, maybe you've overheard something of, in like the day or so prior to a hijacking occurring, that there was something coming up.
I just held my hand up, but that's fine. When was the last time all 9 of them were in at the same time to celebrate?
A week ago. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, a week ago.
Okay.
Okay.
Have they? Do they have any? Have they ever? Has there ever been any indication that a hijacking was about to occur?
I've never noticed any signs of one, no.
Okay. About how frequently do the hijackings occur?
I would say there's a party like that once a month.
Okay.
Has there been one this month?
Yes.
A week
Oh yeah,
ago.
they said about a week ago. Yeah, okay.
So we either hang out for 3 weeks and wait for them all to show up.
Which isn't going to be possible.
Right. I think we have probably everything we need in terms of information gathering, which is all our job is, really. There is something interesting happening here. We've got some stuff from the host already, but that back room is interesting, or the side room, rather. And then the quarry is probably where we're going to find anything specific. And then if we want to find stuff specifically related to the guy, Hunting Lodge is probably pretty solid.
And the quarry and the hunting lodge are adjacent.
Yep.
Tally ho.
Before you leave, the guy does say if you're looking for, are you prying into the sheriff?
No, I like to gamble though.
You're not the one there.
Unless you are.
I'm curious. Let's just put it at that.
I know he's done some bad things, and I don't begrudge him for any of my situation, but he is a bad man. If you were to gain access to the office in this building somehow, maybe after hours, the things you find down there might shine some light on things.
He doesn't happen to know the alarm combination, does he?
And where
find down there?
Where exactly is the office located here?
Behind the wall.
There's a hidden door in the main area of the building. I've never been able to find it. But I've seen people go into that room and then disappear. And I can't find them in the building anymore. So it has to be in there somewhere.
Now you said there's where do they disappear? Is it from off of the main room, or is it from a back area here?
Main room.
Okay. Do you think do they ever exit the same way, or do they exit a different way?
It's usually it's a situation where I don't know where they come from, or don't know that they show up, but then I hear somebody. I'm in the back room and I hear somebody out in the restaurant area that I know wasn't in. There was nobody out there previously, and then there's somebody out there all of a sudden.
Tell me when you're ready to come back in.
Okay.
Ask him if he's willing to damage an alarm sensor so that they can't set the alarm tonight.
who normally do you know who normally accesses the office?
Usually the sheriff or his one lieutenant. Those are the only two people I've ever seen disappear and reappear like that.
Okay. And I take it his lieutenant isn't here tonight?
Correct.
I the manager or whoever the manager is here doesn't have a key?
No.
Okay. I noticed that there was a spirit out there.
Yes.
Do you know who it's associated with?
It's magical security that the boss has, that the sheriff has here.
Okay. Is it always here or just during business hours?
Always here. I take that back. I don't know. You obviously he's not magical, so he doesn't know.
Okay. And I take it the office computer isn't, or the office terminal isn't associated to the host?
No.
All right. I'll finish up and I'll tip him an extra couple hundred.
Excellent. He accepts.
Okay.
All right. And when we're done, I come back out and kind of finish up a drink and then head on out and then head out.
Well, okay. What's next?
Either of
Yes.
the deputies follow us out.
Nope. Nobody follows you out.
It sounded like we were going to try to do the other spots, at least until this place closes, because
All right.
while it doesn't solve all our problems, it solves some of our problems.
That's the game plan.
All right. Heading to the quarry or you can try to sneak into the other one.
They're
We're going to
adjacent.
follow. We're going to follow
true.
Juanita's instructions about how to get into viewing the quarry from above near the hunting lodge, and then we can
Splendid.
decide from there.
Just for the sake of it not being presumed, when I leave the post, I do definitely make sure I remove my marks and everything.
Excellent. All right. Magically, you have appeared on the massive rock wall pockmarked with tunnel entrances. That is the ridge overlooking the quarry. Johnny Girl is standing there and leading you up into the situation. She says, "There's usually activity in this place at all times. There's also usually at least one patrol car out there by the gate, but luckily we're circumventing that. The only thing we have to watch for is the automated drone patrols that fly overhead and patrol the ridge lines and whatnot. If you know how to climb down, we can rappel down and get into the tunnels this way, or there's a couple of vent crags that we can squeeze into as well." And then she looks at Basil, Cowabunga, and Bakemono and says, "Maybe not you two, though."
Oh, don't worry. We'll make it work.
She shrugs. What would you like to do?
All right, so we're getting the spirit for sure.
I'm just checking my gear to see if I've got the equipment for going down. I've got climbing gear, so I think I can climb down.
You can.
Let's see. Diving, disguise. I can dive.
Woohoo! Dive off the cliff wall and dive into the gravel below.
That's cliff diving.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm going to aim for one of the openings. Yeah.
Well,
Ah.
from our high vantage point, can we see if it's busy down there or if it's pretty deserted?
No,
or what
at the
security there
moment,
is before we even do it?
it is pretty quiet down there. There is a little bit of traffic. Every, let's call it 10 minutes or so, you see a truck leaving with gravel that is being loaded being loaded by an automated conveyor belt, pulling stuff up from the caves and whatnot. You also see a truck every 10 minutes or so leaving entering to replace that one and starting its fill up. So as one leaves, about 5 minutes later, one gets in or one's back. So there's about a 10-minute window that there's no truck traffic during the time that you're at the moment. There's still, like I said, at the far gate, there is a patrol car. Judging by the looks of it, there's one officer inside. But beyond that, there's not much traffic, not much of anything going on in the quarry itself at the moment.
Okay. So, as far as physical infiltration, do we all want to go or do we want to split our efforts and do two things at once? Because
From a meta perspective, splitting the party would mean that half of us are going to have to sit here and do nothing while the other half does something, and there's been a lot of that tonight, so let's all stick together.
I mean, we were all pretty much in the same place, but that's just how it works sometimes.
Okay.
Super
We're
fast.
confident, but we're not certain that there's stuff in the quarry or that the stolen goods are hidden deep inside the quarry, correct?
The tunnels look large enough to drive large trucks into, if you want to take that as a how you will. And I know.
Do we have a fly spy or something that we can send down to check out the tunnels?
J-Pop, I know you were about to say something.
I have a fly spy, and I was doing a quick matrix search to see if I see anything, including any comlink or communication from the cop car.
Some of this stuff we're going to have a hard time seeing anyway, because like matrix signal's only going to go so far into a mine.
Correct.
Sure, but I'm also curious to see what's out here.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so looking Matrix Lee, you are seeing a host icon for the mine host.
How big is it?
It is a 5.
Damn. The comm link for the squad car or the deputy in the squad car that's nearby, is it slave to that host right now? Is it connected?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to say every 10 minutes you guys get a hovering noise around you as a roto drone flies above you and you have to take cover. It doesn't look like it has sensed you yet. Luckily, Juanita is keeping you far enough into the trees and is able to point it out relatively quickly for you to take good cover, so you don't have to worry about any rolls or anything like that at the moment.
All right. I could send a fly spy in. Keep in mind, I'm not a rigger, so it relies on its software more or less. But
You can pilot it with your reaction if you wanted to, just by using joystick commands. The problem is there's going to be noise.
Yeah, you don't get the rig bonuses, and it does rely on your pilot skills.
I have no pilot.
Right.
Well, in that case.
Yeah, I have pilot groundcraft. That's it. So that's why I was like, it relies on the software.
Gotcha.
So,
Reasonable.
Do you want me to send it down on autopilot using the software and then come back with a recording of what it sees, or what? What do you want to do?
Yes.
What
I'd say it's worth
autosoft
the risk.
does it have?
It has street gear. Where are you? Wait, is it under his? It's under vehicle and drones.
Correct.
Oh, but it doesn't list the software under that, just the drone itself.
You have a stealth, and you have a
Maneuvering? Clear sight?
maneuvering.
Okay, well, so here's the thing. You may not be able to steer it or sneak with it, but it can do those on its own, and you can use your own perception or EUR sensors through its feed. So it doesn't really need clear sight in this case. Yeah, so I think that makes good sense.
All right.
And I mean, you can just tell it to come right back as soon as the signal reaches some degree of poorness.
That sounds perfect. I've never used a drone before, so I am flying blind as a player. So I am perfectly fine with
Treat it like a spirit and give it give it a command.
Yep.
In this case, what they just literally just said works for me. Fly in there, either and record, and then as soon as the signal reaches a certain weakness, a certain amount of noise, you are to return back.
Roll 6 dice.
Rolling 6 dice. Can I NERPs this?
Sure, you can roll edge and NERPs and all that kind of stuff on this.
Edge, really?
Yeah, it's your resources. I have no problems with that. I've always done that with my drones when I played my rigger.
I will stick with that using the NERPs.
All right, so it's limited by your handling, and that's a 4, so that's not a problem. So yeah, you fly that, you give it its command, and it pops up and flies down. Do you want it to be stealthy?
Yes.
All right, roll 6 dice.
I'm gonna burn my second NERPs for that.
Sweet. Oh, that is super stealthy. It is still limited by handling with that, I would think. Well, would it be handling or would it be sensor?
Yeah, it's handling.
Okay, that's what I thought. It'd be handling.
Skill, basically.
All right. So, yeah. So, you're able to get 4 on both of those, which is not too shabby, to be completely
honest. That's really
good.
good.
So, yeah. And not only that, but the realistic features on the Fly Spy makes it super stealthy to begin with. So,
looks like a fly.
Exactly. Or a wasp or whatever. But anyways. All right. So, it's flying down through and checking in and peeking in a couple of tunnels. A couple of them are pretty dark. No activity or anything along those lines. No sort of sense anything seeing that it's checking. It kind of pokes its head in and goes about 100 meters in, and it starts losing signal, so it pops back out and it goes into the next tunnel. And goes about 100 meters and pops back out. And it does that about 6 different times until you see something interesting. Roll me a perception test.
All right.
Now, you are limited by the sensor on this, though. So
you're not.
Why?
If you're doing the sensors, it's your mental limit. If it's doing the sensors, then it's sensor rating.
All right.
Also, it should be EWAR, not perception.
Well, you can do both. It's a lot of choice when it comes to sensor use.
Well, if I can use EWAR, I would use EWAR because I am clearly going to be built better for EWAR.
You can do EWAR. All right. Well, not much better, but anyways. All right. So with 4 successes on that, yeah, you're looking through in but like I said, about the 6th tunnel, you pick up something a little bit more interesting. You see about 50 meters into one of the tunnels, you see a table and about 4 people sitting around it playing cards. They have assault rifles leaning up against the tunnel off to the one side of them, within 3 or 4 meters of them. And they definitely are not wearing Allen Company scrubs and overalls or anything along those lines. They are very much dressed like Shadowrunners, but you don't think they're Shadowrunners.
We've got posers.
They're just like criminals. Profile them.
They're not cops either. The drone, I guess you're not piloting the drone. The drone continues doing what it's doing. The drone continues to fly down that and makes it to its end of line. Make me another perception test. Or EWAR. All right, you're able to break through a little bit better static at this point in time, looking down through the tunnels, and you're gonna, you would swear that right around the bend there, you see a lineup of 18-wheelers, big rigs, probably 8 trucks.
All right.
Okay.
And with that many successes, you're 98% positive there are Ares Macro Technology logos on those rigs.
Is it high enough quality to see like the license plate or anything like that?
No, not high enough quality to do that.
Still, snap the pictures, make the log.
Yep.
You can easily make out the model or the shape of the truck and just kind of like the logo on there and the name on the side of the trailer, but the static is getting too big that you're too much and whatnot that you aren't able to make out any license plates or anything along those lines.
Sure. That sounds good though. I'll retrieve the. I'm sorry. Somebody said something. So
KSpri was talking to his wife, I'm assuming.
No, I was talking to myself. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
That's all right. All right. So I will recover the or I'll recall the fly spy and share with the team all the stuff I just saw.
Neat. Well, that definitely gives us something to see in there.
That would be our shipments that we had to locate.
We of course don't know for sure because we haven't talked to our guy yet, but does this look like it's enough to confirm the shipments are there?
There's definitely Ares Macro Technology trucks in there that you can and you know that Ares Macro Technology trucks have gone missing in the past 2 weeks. So
right, but do we need like actual? This is that exact truck.
Right now, again, all you have is circumstantial
enough?
evidence. He's asking for solid information.
So we need to get the actual like vehicle numbers. So we have to go in there to some extent anyway. And then we have to figure out some way of proving that he is involved with this. And then we, at the same time, have to smear his reputation.
If they've got recordings of comings and goings here, I could try and get on the host here and see if there's video.
Sure.
I definitely recover what you can there.
It's a big host, so I guess. I had a couple more questions. The rating was 5. What's the firewall on the host?
It was 7 at the last place.
No, it was 8 at the last place.
8, sorry. 8, yeah. The +3 was the high stat.
It's a 7 here.
Oh, different host. Okay.
What's the attack?
It's a 4.
Interesting. Okay. All right.
Which doesn't make any sense because it should be the minimum host rating. So, but anyways, I'm going to go with it.
Maybe they got it's big, but it's bargain.
Exactly.
It could be one of those. I don't know when this was written. It could be one of those offline hosts that is weirdly bad.
I don't know.
All right. So I'm going to attempt to pop on there. Where's my hack live? There it is. Yes. Net.
You got one.
Okay. I will start looking for. Where's my matrix search? There you are. Let me change that over. You know what? I'll go ahead and make my hide roll while I'm here first.
Okay.
Just so that I have it going. Okay. All right, so
I'm
going
not
to-
finding you.
all right, I'm going to do a search for video feeds, especially ones that just see if they look like they've got like registered large vehicles.
Okay.
Where's my search? Matrix search. Here we go. I got a 7.
Oh, sorry. I'm daydreaming at the moment.
Sorry.
7 successes on a matrix search. You're looking for cameras? You got cameras. You found cameras.
I'm looking specifically for video recordings and feeds that would have like shown or registered large vehicles coming into the caverns
All right.
recently within the past 2 weeks.
So getting into the camera system and then searching for that information, you're obviously seeing large trucks coming and going at all times of the day.
Okay.
You're looking for specific trucks, though, and you know that you're looking for specifically Ares macro technology trucks, yes?
Yes.
All right. So you're setting some filters up and setting your eyes to the task of finding everything. And sure enough, scrolling back about a week and a half, you are able to catch 8 Ares macro technology trucks driving through the front gate cameras.
Okay. Those cameras pick up license plates numbers, or do I need to roll something different to get that much information?
You can make me a perception test in on the security video.
All right. So that would be perception, not ER
Correct.
this time. Okay. Here goes. Woot!
All right, you definitely don't have the graininess of losing signal and whatnot as your drone was going underground, and you are able to pick up easily the license plate numbers and the Ares DOT numbers that they have on the sides of the vehicle, as well as luckily you were smart enough to get into the sensors of the main gate as well, and you were able to corroborate that the DOT AR information and data tag information is present as well, and you're able to write down all that information.
Okay. So I guess I'm just getting copies of it. Do I need to? I'm just trying to remember. In order to get copies of the file or the feed over, do I need to
Edit
crack it?
file.
Okay. So
But yes, if it's encrypted, you have to crack it too.
Well,
Okay.
if it was encrypted, you wouldn't be able to see it to begin with. Also,
Oh, correct.
Fair. Okay. So then
Also, don't forget data bombs.
I will verify that there are no data bombs. That's a search again, right?
Perception.
correct.
but
Perception,
dice, right?
search, same difference. Yeah.
Yeah, they're the exact same dice pool.
All right. With 7 successes, you are pretty sure that there is not a data bomb on there. Pretty sure. Almost
And-
positive.
Look, man.
Boom.
But I know for a fact that it's not encrypted, correct?
Correct.
Okay, then I will attempt to edit the file, which is nice because then it's not an attack action. And all right, edit file. There we go.
Yes, you have copied the file over.
All right, I will let the team know I have a copy of the file, including all the vehicle tags and all the identification information, as well as the actual feed from those sensors. So, what's next?
All right. So we know this place is involved with the smuggling / raiding. We have evidence, so that's good. We need to pin this guy to awareness of this behavior.
Can you run an agent on the Trideo and see if there's any evidence of the sheriff?
Yeah, I have a rating 6 agent. I can have the agent start scouring that data now that it's in my stuff. and I could also scour the host for any references or like any collaborating evidence there. So
What about ownership?
Ownership of the corporation of the quarry.
Ownership of the quarry, is the sheriff listed as an owner? Is he an investor in that business?
Even if he was, we're still in circumstantial town. Like, he may be liable, but if he's not aware, he's not like criminally culpable.
You literally have to either get physical evidence that he himself wrote knowledge down about all this, or you have to get him in hand with the people that are doing it in the act. So
yeah, you're talking caught red-handed or some kind of confession not under duress.
Paper trail that identifies him. Yeah.
So I do have video feed of the trucks going into that specific cavern. Do I have any feed?
Yes and no. There is no camera that is pointing towards the tunnels or anything along those lines. The only cameras point at the main gate, the main building parking lot, the vehicle bays, the rock processing, the control room, and the security room. It doesn't face the rock wall of any sort, and there's nothing down inside the quarry either.
Okay.
Or inside the tunnels.
Was the sheriff present when the semis went through the main gate?
Nope.
Okay.
There was a deputy parked at the main gate like there is now, but it is not the sheriff.
So once again, circumstantial at best. Or not even real evidence. It would just be evidence of the potentially the deputy being complicit, but not the sheriff. So I think we're gonna need to probably get to where he is, or his lodge.
Yep.
Yeah. The thought here is we were told that there's incriminating evidence on his computer in the office.
Okay.
Or we get to the lodge.
Right.
We had 3 hours to play with. I don't know how long we've taken so far at the quarry.
You've taken 3 hours.
Convenient.
Or at least by the time you make it back there, it'll be at least 3 hours.
Okay.
So do we want to hit the office tonight?
It's either way. Basically, that would be nice, and it's probably going to be easier to hit that at night than at any other time. But the lodge may also be useful, considering that's where all the high rollers play. So, dealer's choice.
Well, if we catch them at gambling, does that really...
No, but if they're there, then there may be digital information there or recorded information there, that kind of thing.
This is true. Whichever one, I'm game. Let's pick one and go.
Any preferences, folks?
Stick with the devil that you know versus the devil that you don't?
Yeah. Time-wise, I'd say we go hit the office.
Okay.
Okay. Office space, let's go.
Okie dokie, back to the office.
What's the range on like things like detect enemies and detect individual?
Meters. Unless you have extended, then
force. That's right.
I've only got extended for spatial sense. I never got.
Yeah,
got it.
It's force meters, if I remember correctly.
I think it's force times 10 or force times 100, if I remember right.
No, force times 100 for the extended, and then force times 10 for...
Yep, that's what I said.
Yeah.
I mean, 80 meters is pretty far. I could try detect enemies to see, but of course, then I'm going to be...
It won't work unless they know you're there, because they won't be enemies until that point.
Well, I mean...
Is that how that works?
That's how that works. They have to have the intent of enemy towards you in their mind, specifically towards you.
Maybe. So you can detect ambushes this way too. Like if you walk into an area and the critters there are like, if something walks in this area, I'm going to attack it, then that would show up as an enemy. They don't have to know you personally.
They just have to have hostile intent towards whatever they find.
Yeah. Usually that's to you, because why would anybody attack you if they didn't know you? But sometimes it doesn't matter. Like if you walk into a zero zone and you cast detect enemies, any Mitsuhama employee is going to say, yep, that's an enemy.
Yeah, because if they don't recognize you.
In the case of the quarry, for example, it's a business, so they can't have that attitude.
Yeah, in the quarry, it's probably not going to work. Although maybe with the guards.
I was thinking more when we went back to the roadhouse. If I cast it, I'd get an idea of how many people were there.
So you can just astrally check, right? Or I guess then there's a spirit.
Detect life would be the correct spell for that then.
Or,
I don't have that.
Or your fly spy.
My fly spy, yeah. As long as it can actually get inside, yes.
Or through the window.
Yeah,
through the window.
Regular detection would be force times magic, and then extended is a force times magic times 10.
Okay. My magic's a 4 because of my Decker stuff.
Yep.
So, okay. I don't get many chances to use my magic, so it's just why I was considering it. But it's all good. Yeah.
We're back at the restaurant, and what's the plan?
We need to get into that back office. So first, if we can do either an astral matrix and
sure,
physical survey, either with the drone or with us, that'd be useful.
Okay, I'll do a matrix perception.
Real quick, how many vehicles, if
there are no vehicles in the parking lot.
any, are in the parking lot? Interessante.
Convenient. Actually, you know what? There is one vehicle in the parking lot.
Okay. What is?
It is a sheriff's car.
Well, is there any way we can do a look-see? Oh, go ahead.
Is the vehicle empty?
The vehicle is empty.
Okay.
Is there any way?
Somebody who's better at it than I am. Let's see if we can disable that vehicle so we know he can't go running off. And it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to disable the radio so he can't contact anyone.
Why do we need to do that? Are we trying to fight him? As I understand it, we're still trying to be invisible if we can help it.
True. And if he gets out of the building, he's able to contact other people or go away. That makes us much more visible.
It doesn't matter if he hasn't seen us. Like
that's fine.
The point is, we're not trying to interact with him.
No.
I can potentially do a squelch if he attempts to radio somebody. Like if we get caught, I can try and stop the or any outbound communications.
You have to have a mark on the device that's trying to do it at the time, though.
That's
right.
Fair.
But what I was going to ask is, if we can mark the vehicle, then we can mark the device and we can tell where it is, and if it's on site, for instance. That also gets you in a position to squelch if you want to.
Well, I just did a matrix perception. Is the car's radio, assuming it has one, because everybody has comlink, so maybe it doesn't even bother. But if it does, is that currently slaved to or connected to the host?
The host of the restaurant? No, it is not.
Is it connected to any kind of host?
It is connected to the host. To a host. It is connected to the Bells County Sheriff's host.
Yep. How big is that host?
It is an 8.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So not to him, but to his host. Okay. I guess that means he can't remote start it.
Unless he's connected to the host too.
I guess. He's the boss, so he probably has legitimate access.
Exactly.
All right. Wait for him to leave and then enter the place.
Well, we don't even know if he's in there. Can we do a search?
Sir? What do you want to search for?
Well,
Or how do you want to search, I should say?
I'm gonna get on the cameras. Let me get back into the thing. Hang on.
Okay.
Then I will hide.
You have successfully hacked back in, not a problem, and you are hidden.
I am going to take a look back at the camera feeds and see if I can see, like, I'll look at the recorded camera to see if I saw him come in. This would
Yep.
be interesting. Okay. I did, or is
You
just saying,
see
yep,
Big Zeke walking through the door and walking directly over towards to your hidden door, and him pulling a key card out of his pocket and swiping in a specific location, and then walking through, disappearing into the wall.
it is a key card. Interesting.
tell you guys about that. And how long ago did that happen?
15 minutes.
Okay. I'm like, he just got here, guys.
The car engine is still warm.
I am in the host, so I could suppress the alarms and probably open the front door.
Is there any way we could get a recording device on or near this guy? Because we may not even need to go in if we can get him on recording being like, yeah, let's go raid this thing or whatever.
Are there any cameras in wherever he's at now?
No.
Can he detect the sheriff's comlink?
Ooh. Is the sheriff smart enough to turn off his comlink? Roll me edge.
I mean, he runs the place, so maybe he's not that paranoid. We'll see.
Is it me rolling the edge?
The person that asked the question. So I believe that was
Me.
not it.
Correct. Drats, double drats.
Edge your edge test.
I wish that were possible.
Can you nerf that?
Can I nerps an edge test?
You want to spend your resources, by all means.
Bracket. It might give us an in. I will spend a nerps.
Oh man, I'm throwing out olive branches here, and you're just shitting on them.
Roll 20 is shitting on him, not me. But that kind of fits for things, so yeah.
Yeah, with your rolls from earlier, that's just right about par for the course. So no, he is smart enough to turn off his comlink.
When he's dealing in his illicit activities.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh well.
But
Worth
like I
a
said,
shot.
It
like I
was
said,
definitely worth a shot.
I can open the doors and I can turn off the alarm and I can loop the camera feeds.
But then we were confronting him, correct?
No, not if we don't get seen. We have to deal with the spirit, though.
How stealthy is the stealthiest person that we got?
I mean, plus concealment, we could be quite sneaky if we can get past the spirit.
The spirit's going
Right.
to be your hiccup.
Yeah.
Do we have anybody that has powers or abilities that nullify or can entrap spirits, like stop them temporarily?
I have a weapon focus. That's as close as I get. I guess another spirit.
So Cowabunga
I
and
wonder.
Nautit are equal on sneaking. according to my last character sheets that I have. Ooh, actually, silver is extremely sneaky.
Yep, that would make sense. High agility.
Oh, I have a silly idea.
Oh yeah.
I have a silly idea. Oh, we have to wait until he leaves because I have to be able to sense him first.
Are you gonna
But
Torgon's
if
not
I
bad at sneaking either.
sense the sheriff, then I can use Flex signature to appear as the sheriff, and theoretically just walk into the back into the office without the spirit giving any kind of muss or fuss.
Yeah, but we're still gonna have to deal with the key. I guess that is a thing that J-Pop could do.
Yes, we did confirm that even though it's a maglock, that maglock it does have a matrix presence, and it's not on the host though. So what it'll take is for me to pop it, go back into the host, and then grab the feed. So that so basically, I'd probably pop that first, then go back into the host so that I handle the front door, the alarm system, and the camera feeds.
So there's no reason you can't set the camera feeds on a loop of 5 minutes and jump out, do your thing, then jump back in, and still have ample time to control anything else, and then re-loop cameras if need be.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's not like you're actively pressing the loop button constantly on the matrix when you're looping a camera.
It normally is because you have to do it once every combat turn, but sure.
Well, yeah.
Basically, he can record a certain amount, have it do that, have it loop that.
We're doing narrative hand waving.
We're doing narrative hand waving at this point.
Well, let's go ahead and attempt it and see what happens.
All right, so we're gonna basically camp out somewhere nearby and unobtrusive and wait for him to leave.
All right, so find yourself a nice, comfy, cozy place for you to pop your rear ends down, and yeah, it takes about an hour and a half, but the sheriff finally comes back out. He doesn't seem to be carrying anything with him or anything along those lines, but he locks the front door as he leaves, looks around, lights a cigarette, stands there,
Sensing,
smokes it while he has it. He's a shapeshifter. No, kidding.
It's funny as I have Mind Pro, but I never use it because they're aware when it happens.
Oh yeah, super obvious.
Super tempted to try and use it, but it's like no.
Anybody have NERPs for me?
Yeah, you can use one online.
All right.
If I remember correctly, you need what, 4 or 5 successes for it?
For what?
Mind
For no, not for Mind Pro. For Flex Sig. What do you need for that?
No, all I have to do is be able to identify the signature.
Oh, okay.
The better read I have on it, the better I can do. But then it's a magic initiate grade test to
look
get
through it.
Well, to change my aura to him.
Ah, okay.
All right, so there goes the NERPs.
4
All right, 4, which should be sufficient.
Unless
what?
Unless he's masking.
No, you can get it. Sensing him, let's see, you actually do get the information, so I might as well tell you, right?
Yeah.
All right. He is healthy, aside from the lung cancer building up inside his chest. Emotional state is he's happy at the moment. He is mundane. He has lots and lots and lots of cyberware. You had 4, so let's see. Alphaware. Does he have alphaware? He does not have alphaware. Okay. Essence is significantly lower than yours. Exact essence is 0.3.
Damn.
He does have BioWare as well. And he has no astral signatures on him.
Okay. And while we're
Holy
waiting for him,
shit, he's a big astral.
while we're waiting for him to leave, I will take a few moments. The body sculpt and facial sculpt, so that if there's an issue with the camera looping, I at least look somewhat like him.
Can
And then I'll
you?
also
How much can you modify your body and whatnot?
10%.
He has a body of an 11, so he is a big troll.
He's a big.
Oh, this guy's a troll. I didn't even know that.
All right.
Yeah,
What about one of
big
the?
troll.
What about one of the deputies?
You haven't seen that particular person, except for a mugshot on a website potentially.
One of the deputies?
Oh well, I'm sorry. Yes, but none of them have been seen going into that particular room, so that's why I made that comment.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, yeah, you can do one of the 3 deputies that were in there is not a problem if you want to.
Well, I can make I can at least make the face look like him, and I can stuff the clothes and then use the fashion to make my outfit similar. So at a cursory glance at the camera, I look like the sheriff is walking back in.
Okay.
If they take a better look at, wait a minute, you're skinnier than he should be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is all like 3rd level of security because ideally the camera shouldn't matter anyway.
And none of you guys are the same size as him, so you can't, not like you can just share clothes.
Yeah.
All right, 5 successes on a disguise, not a problem. Do your body sculpt.
And I have to try again on this fashion.
Yep.
All right.
That's better. It's only a 1 though. 1 success. 1 net success though.
Changing color and very basic patterning. So
Yeah,
that
you can match it to the uniform.
yeah, I mean it's not going to be, like I said, I'm not going to pass scrutiny because I'm not the right size, and obviously the uniform won't pass scrutiny. But this should give me the cursory glance.
It should give you at least a forced perspective, which is going to work for our purposes.
And then we're going with ET6 graded. Throw me another NERPS for the
Sure, take one of mine.
Flexig.
Take one of mine. I'll mark one off.
All right. Do I definitely want to edge that?
I would think so. Yeah,
Oh, well.
it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is.
All right. What's the plan now?
Wait for him to leave, and then I'll walk back in.
All right. Finishes his smoke, jumps in the cruiser, turns on the headlights, and drives away.
All right. First, I'll start the feed. That's
And actually, let me do masking on top of that. So he has to pierce both the flex and the masking. Meh.
Me.
All right.
okay, that's to loop the video,
Done.
and then I will leave the host long enough to, where is it? Not subvert infrastructure. I guess I'm just trying to put a mark on the maglock, right? To
Yeah.
still just hack on the fly. Yeah.
Still just hack on the fly, and then you can do spoof command to open it up, or edit file to access, let another maglock open it up, whatever. Or maglock passkey, I should say, not just a maglock to open it. But anyways, all right. It's kind of a. What was that?
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Kind of a high-end one, and it's got sleaze built into it, so that helps on the hacking portion of it, but it is better than your run-of-the-mill, so we're going to do... Not that I'm going to beat 10 successes with it, but... Yeah, nothing. Okay, you get a mark.
Okay, I will edit the. I guess it wouldn't have a. I'll make sure there isn't a data bomb on it.
Okay.
So.
There's a real bomb.
7 successes.
All right. 7 successes.
Checking the file that lists which mag cards will work, and making sure there isn't a data bomb on it.
No data bombs.
Okay, I will edit it to, and I think. Wait, I guess before I bother with that, does anybody have like a blank or a generically encoded mag key?
Not on me.
Maglock passkey? Yes.
Awesome. I will edit the file to include yours as a legitimate source.
All right. Actually, that wouldn't be 8, but anyways, you still passed. I'm not beating 6.
Okay. And then I'll go back into the host, and I will disarm the alarms and open the front door. So first is the alarms, which would be, I think that's subvert infrastructure. Let me make sure I have enough marks for that. Subvert infrastructure is a 1 mark thing. Okay. Manipulate simple device slave to the host. So I will use that. And then I guess I'm guessing that the front door is the locks are connected to the host. If not,
Correct. They are.
Okay, cool. Then I'll do the same thing for popping the door locks. There we go. All right, guys.
We still got the spirit to play with, right?
Yep, that's not on me though.
Well,
it's up to you guys.
In principle, it shouldn't be a problem because Nautit is pretending to be the other guy.
Yeah.
Astrally speaking.
Yes. Okay. And when the rest of us walk in,
Well, we shouldn't do
No,
that.
you're
There's no
not.
reason-
I'm
What
walking
time
in.
is it in game?
1 o'clock.
Yeah. Well, then you'd have a lot of time to wait for the spirits to despawn.
It's probably bound anyway.
Yeah, I'm walking in and I am dropping I'm putting a data tap on the computer so that we can get the information, and then I'm walking back out.
All right.
Just in case you want it, I'll even drop an impersonation roll here.
Sure, go for it.
That way, mimicking body language and things like that, so that hopefully the spirit doesn't look too closely at me.
All right. Yeah, not a problem. Subvert infrastructure. I need to resist that yet. I apologize. And that would be into firewall, and that would be a... Okay. I need to do that twice?
Yeah, first one is for the alarm system, and the second one is the front door lock.
I got close on that second one, but you got it.
Cool.
All right. As you're doing that, Silver, you haven't had much action. I'm going to call you. You're
I've been listening in the background.
I know. That's okay. I'm just trying to get you into the action. Your friendly neighborhood fixer, Broadside, calls you up. Says, "Hey, got an emergency."
Okay.
A judge just contacted me about what's going on and about the sheriff. Apparently, he, for some strange reason, he decided to kidnap the sheriff's or the judge's daughter in order to hold leverage over top of him for a trial that's going on, that's coming up. So the judge dismisses it. You need to find the girl and rescue her.
Rescue the girl that's been kidnapped.
Yeah.
Okay, I can do that. What's the pay rate?
Is that
No.
premium?
Nothing is free.
But it is. Let's see.
Not her. She's in prison.
Roll me a negotiation, since you're so good at it. I chose the wrong freaking person. Damn it.
The right freaking person.
I think you chose the right person, but
I think my clothes. How much are my clothes? 2 or 4? Let's go with 2. I'll be nice.
I mean, nothing because it's a call, right?
Exactly. You technically don't get anything.
Oh.
They boost your limit because they're
yeah,
self-confidence.
You're fine. Leave it alone. Okay. So he, Broadside says the judge is paying, let's see, 8 successes versus my, let's see, 11, 12, 13. Oh, hey, actually, you're not getting nearly as much as I thought you were going to get. But you're still getting some.
Is there a bonus for speedy delivery? Perhaps in 29 minutes or less?
All right, so he's offering you... Oh, okay, I follow that. That's just weird math. Anyways, he offers you 6,500 new yen, is what Broadside says the pay is.
Each?
Each.
It's a pretty good boost.
I see you skipped that part earlier.
Which part?
The monetary discussion?
He also said if you bring her back unharmed, that he'll give you a rating 4 fake sin each.
That's not bad. I was gonna say, what about a get out of jail free card?
I can always use another sin.
I tend to collect those.
This
It's not some Kentucky backwoods bootlegger, is it?
No.
When did the princess get kidnapped?
In the last, let's say, 2 hours.
From where?
Her home, 20 minutes away from where you were standing.
Okay, locally. Okay, do we have a name, picture, anything like that?
Her name is Haley Likens, and yes.
Let's let our tech guy do quick scan on whatever cameras, make sure that she didn't show up here, being kept in one of the back rooms.
Well, I could tell the spirit to piss off and get a new one and hell it's search. That's an option too. I'm going to wait because we don't know even where to start looking.
All right.
Does anybody have any of those drugs that make people forget shit?
Lays.
Not I.
In 6E, yes, just not in 5E.
I have low-tech anesthetic, that's all.
All right. Well, I was just thinking that, you know.
Your club doesn't count as an anesthetic. Sorry.
Yeah, it does.
Well, I have rewind, which will make you forget things.
Yeah, little things.
I
Actually-
was just trying.
The last number of minutes
Go ahead.
equal to.
Steely, go ahead.
I was just thinking if we could get him somewhere where we could get him to forget, I could mind probe him and figure out where they took her. But
I mean, that is within the realm of rewind, as long as you're quick about it.
Yeah.
But it's risky because if we take too long to knock him down, then it won't matter. Even if you forgets the last 10 minutes, if it took us 15 to knock him down, then it's still going to be a problem.
All right, but you're here at this first. Do you want to finish this?
We might as well. We're already here.
Okay, so finish this first and we'll deal with the next later.
Mhm.
sounds like a plan.
All right, so I believe you have opened the door, you have suppressed the alarms, and Nautit was walking up, yes?
Yep.
And then J-Pop, you were in the middle of unlocking the other door, Meglock. Well, no, I take it back. You already programmed it, and Nautit's just going to walk up and swipe his card or her card and go.
Correct.
All right, so Nautit, you walk up like you own the place, which technically you do, considering your body sculpt and everything. You open the door. Door is nice and is open, not a problem. You walk in, no alarms go off. You're not sweating yet. You walk in past the pile of rocks that is the Earth Spirit. At least it's supposed to be there, but it's not there at the moment. You're looking around, you're looking around, you're looking around. You don't see anything that looks like a conceal or that looks like an Earth Spirit hiding as a decorative thing at the moment.
Okay, I'm going to not sweat the because I'm trying to get in and out quickly. I'm not going to sweat the details at the moment. I will merely make a mental note of it.
All right. You walk over to the door, the hidden door.
Yep.
And you swipey thingy your passkey.
Yep.
You don't see through the fake wall, but you hear a slight click and a hiss as the door opens. And start walking forward, yes?
Yes.
All right. You walk forward into a small room. The only thing that is in the room is a hole in the floor with a ladder.
Oh, better than one without a ladder.
Okay.
Climbing down, yes?
the ladder I go. Yes.
All right. Climbing down the ladder.
The ladder's an illusion.
Yeah, you fall. Climbing down the ladder, you climb down about 15 15 feet. So what, 5 meters, something like that. And you end up inside a hollowed out little cavern. The room, you look to one side and there is a pretty stout reinforced door right there. It just looks like it's a standard door that's not locked or anything along those lines. So what do you do?
Approach and open the door.
The door opens. Inside is an office with another door behind it. There's a desk in front of it. There's a couple filing cabinets. There's a couple of bookshelves, and dimly lit. I shouldn't say dimly lit. Well lit down in here. And there's a door behind the chair as well.
All right.
There is not a computer in here.
Maybe he has a ledger.
There are
yeah,
multiple books on the bookshelves.
Let's look at the books.
All right.
Are you gonna kick them out a little bit, like at a 45-degree angle, see if a door opens somewhere, one by one?
Among other things, yeah.
You open one and it's just full of bees.
All right. Make me a. Let's see. Make me a perception test as you're rifling. Yeah, sorry. As you're rifling through the ledger books.
I like that.
All right, with 5 successes. So you're looking through, you start pulling book off of here and kind of just scanning through, looking for things like the trucks or that kind of stuff. And what you're finding is more or less information on the gambling and the prostitution and the more, I don't want to say mundane stuff, but not the stuff you're looking for in these books. But as you're rifling through and whatnot, you're glancing around the room and you see a rug on the floor. And of course, it's kind of just propped up on one corner like it was tripped, but you see something shiny underneath of it. So you go over there, you move the rug off to the side, and there's a safe in the floor, in the hidden office.
Imagine that.
It's full of bees.
You and bees, man. What's up with that?
I love it.
All right,
I
what
once
do?
told somebody they can throw anything, including jars of bees, and then they got off on somebody else's table and got super frustrated when they couldn't get stats for a jar of bees.
All right, how do you want to open this thing? It looks like
Standard
it's a pin and tumbler lock.
Pin and tumbler lock. Alrighty.
Nothing wireless active down here at all.
Smart.
All right. Let us try.
Would lockpicking be the skill
Yep.
you're looking for?
It is. I'm debating.
Debating what? Burn the point edge. Burn it.
Anything magical in here?
No, not that you have detected yet, but you haven't looked, so you know.
So it's not no, it's you don't know.
All right.
Well, as far as she goes, it's a no because she hasn't
Taking
looked.
a quick look inside.
Okay.
Taking a quick look inside the office here.
See. All right, opening up your astral eye, you are inside a giant earth spirit. No, I'm kidding. There's nothing active in here. Nothing at all.
Okay, fantastic. Then we are switching a spell.
You can't do that.
I certainly can.
Not allowed.
Oh, no, I can't.
See, I told you.
Because the increase attribute is for a specific attribute, not a general increase attribute. All right, never mind that then.
Do you need a
I could use another. Well, would an auto picker work with a pin and tumbler lock?
It's for mechanical locks. So
Mechanical
if you have
locks, yeah.
discretion-
Okay, well then I have an auto picker, so that's good. All right.
Did you bring it with you?
Yeah.
No, it's in my other pants. Damn it.
Okay, you have it in your hand.
So
I always keep my spare auto picker in my butt crack.
all right.
That's only funny until you need it.
Hey,
forehead.
I wasn't laughing.
I don't think a whole lot of people are going to be checking there for it.
Exactly.
The 4 hits on the lock picking.
All right, 4 hits on the lock picking, and it is. Actually, no, that is enough to get you into it. Yeah, it pops open, and you hear the audible click, and you open it up. Inside, you see 3 red books. You pull them out, and they are all handwritten books, very similar to the other ones. However, these are all 3 dealing with. Let's see. Let me read this again. They detail all the illegal trade he has been in over the last year, including drugs, gambling, prostitution, smuggling, and weapons. So you wonder what the other ones are. Well, where do you think the other 17 or 19 years of his thing went? This is just the most recent stuff. So, yeah, exactly. So,
Nice.
yeah, you have his current ledgers, and in it, of course, is your Ares macro technology trucks, but also something weird. It says some dealings with a Lady De Winter has purchased and requested vast numbers of arms, armor, explosive, and equipment that is that were in the Ares trucks. And the destination for delivery is Middlesboro, Kentucky, with a date of 3/17/80.
Where's that from today?
Would be in, I believe it's supposed to be in like a month.
I think it's 2 weeks from now.
Okay, 2 weeks from now. Hey, it's 2 weeks from now. Exactly. There you go.
Fantastic. All right. Alrighty.
So that gives
Do I
us-
have the time to basically scan all 3 books, or do I just need to take them with me?
Nobody's detected you, so you don't know of anything going on, and nobody has contacted you about anything going on outside yet, which there's nothing going on outside.
Yeah, I figure if we had SWAT teams dropping on us, we would have said something.
Oh, no,
Okay,
you have cruise missiles targeting the building at the moment, but that's not for you to worry about.
We said nothing because they hit us.
All right.
well,
then I
we'll
will
just
take
sneak off and let that happen.
Then I will take the time to be as invisible as I can, and basically I will, page scan, page scan, page scan, page scan, until I'm through all 3 books.
All right. That's like 200 pages a book, just letting you know, so it'll take a while.
Do you have a James Bond micro camera?
Any camera, like you can flip shuffle this stuff honestly, as long as you have the full view of the page. This
Yeah.
is one of those rare cases
Alright.
that is super fun
Yeah.
to have speed
Ha- ha-
reading and photographic memory.
Have the comlink, have the comlink open and or the comlink camera is open and watching, and I won't necessarily pause on the page, but I will. I'm doing a lot quicker, bit through, but making sure the camera is getting a clear view of each page that I turn past.
That's why they have a pause button on replay.
Exactly.
All right. Anything else you're doing in there?
Once I'm done, I will put everything back the way it was. I will close the safe up. I will lock it.
Is there anything else that we have that has his handwriting on it that we could use as a sample?
There's all sorts of stuff. Then there's things on public file, for crying out loud, if you wanted to go that route.
Yeah, anything on either. I mean, I guess we don't have to take it from here, but
No.
basically, we need another sample to match it up to.
Yeah.
As you're getting up to and finishing up your task and getting ready to leave, you hear a giggle.
I hear a giggle.
You hear a giggle.
That's
Where
never
is-
good.
It is if it's
Where
a peanut.
is this giggle from?
Make me an audio perception.
Oh, the other door.
Yeah, wasn't there one more door you didn't open?
Not yet.
It's a kid.
Yeah, open
All
it
right.
up. Let's get the girl from behind the door.
name
With
is
3
Haley.
successes, you kind of look around, and you kind of freeze, and you kind of look around and listen hard, and you hear some more giggling and definite sounds of electronic audio, almost like musical tunes or some sort of rhythmic entertainment going on, coming from behind the other door.
She's a DDR over there.
All right. Well, like I said, I will finish up. I will make sure that the documents are in the same place they were when I opened the safe. I will close the safe. I will put the rug back into the proper position, and then I will go to open the door.
Excellent. How do you open the door?
Is it locked?
No.
Well, then I just open the door.
Okay. So you open the door. On the other side of the door is a couch, a TV, a little living area, complete with a kitchen, and looks like there might be a bathroom back there, but you're not 100% sure. But the most important thing is that there is a 16-year-old girl sitting on the couch playing on her comlink and giggling with headphones on.
Our kidnapper.
This is a commentary on the youth.
Pretty much.
Clearly in distress.
All right.
Yes.
Clearly
We're all-
in distress.
Silver, what's the what? Do you have a picture of the girl we're supposed to rescue?
I am certain that would be something I would have asked for.
I think we asked that before, and I thought
What?
it was a yes.
What
we
was
had
it?
pictures and name and
Oh,
all
yeah,
that stuff.
yes.
At least a name.
Yeah.
And does this
Haley Likens.
little girl match that picture?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Absolutely.
Here's a picture. Does it match?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic.
Gee, grab her and run.
Well,
Offer her a lollipop.
Wait for her to save.
I don't want to panic her at the moment. So, let's just
remember what you-
censor real quick.
Remember what you look like right now.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I look like a very bad picture of the sheriff. Yes, I know.
Oh, it's a good thing we're not a bunch of really dastardly runners, because there's all kinds of like if you filmed yourself murdering this person, that'd put them
Hey,
right away.
Silver, why don't you just say, hey, we got to go. Come on. See if she'll follow you.
It wasn't Silver doing that. It's Grynner, but yeah. Anyways.
Yeah.
The same difference.
Sorry, whoever's down there.
Hey, dinner's
sensing
outside.
her- All right, 4 hits of sensing her.
She's human. She's unhurt. She's happy. She's content. She's not magical.
She's not drugged.
She is not drugged.
All right. Well,
let her walk out or knock her out and carry her out. That's not going to hurt her.
it's more like I don't need her to react poorly at this point in time. I need her to follow me out of the office. So we're doing an influence of it. I'm sorry to interrupt your game, but I need you to move you someplace. It'll be just as comfortable. I promise. Follow me.
Are you still looking like how you're looking?
I will.
Why not?
I'm just asking.
I would.
She doesn't seem to be
Yeah.
panicking.
Yeah, sure.
Well, she also
sure.
hasn't noticed him yet. So
Yeah.
But she had to get here somehow.
Yes, I'll stay. I won't change my face because that'll take moments. That'll
Alright.
take minutes that I don't necessarily know that I've got.
Okay.
Raise limit, no. Increase drain. Drain resist bonus. Yes. Beautiful. You know what? I want her following me without a problem. So I'm going to break the limit on that. Exclamation point. Fantastic. So that's an extra 4 successes onto that.
Yep.
So total of 10. For the calmly follow me, please. We need to relocate you. I promise it'll be just as good.
She doesn't even look up, says, all right, okay. Kind of keeps on playing her game. Then moves her headphones off to the one side to listen to you and all that kind of stuff. And she gets up and starts walking. Follows you out.
Oh, is
Fantastic.
this a portable game? That's even better.
It's on her comlink.
Even better.
Fantastic. So out we go. And it's like, guys, I have really good news.
Very convenient.
So let's go back to the safe house and we can, or where do we want to go to finish this up?
Can we do a quick search on the name of the woman that he's trying to sell the stuff to?
Sure.
All right, I will do a matrix search real quick.
This is DeWinter, right?
Yes, that's what you said.
Lady D. Winter.
Yep.
Or
is it D. Winter?
DE space Winter, like
Okay,
and
yeah,
Lady
all right.
the Winter, or
The Winter, yeah,
the
okay.
Winter Lady.
Right. Oh, we had it. Just wanted to make sure.
He's not dealing with the Fae, is he? That would be annoying.
That would be L. Le Fay.
Well, the winter could be Elvish.
It could be Dutch.
That could be worse.
Matrix search. There we go.
All right, Matrix search, 7 successes, and you were searching for what again? Remind me.
Her.
Oh, that's
the Winter.
Oh, that's right, Miss Winter. Try as you might, you don't come up with anything about her.
Dun, dun, dun.
Except for...
It's the next adventure.
Let me double check. There's a specific scene. There's a specific scene that has her in there. There she is. Ooh. Did somebody actually mention the Sealy Court
No.
or the Fae?
I said that, yes.
Somebody mentioned Fae, and I mentioned elves.
Yeah, but in character, I don't think anybody.
In
did.
character, if we heard
I
the
don't believe so.
winter, I would have said, "Don't tell me he's dealing with the Fae." More
Why?
as
Why would you even connect the two?
the winter.
Yeah. What?
I can't.
I'll tell you what. When I first heard the name, I thought elvish somehow.
My brain went to the Fae, and I'm like, this guy is an idiot. He's going up against Ares. Of course, he'd be stupid enough to deal with the Fae.
Explain to me how your character. Explain to me how your character would logically go that route, with your character knowledge, not player knowledge.
Character knowledge. Let's see here. Japanese heritage, we're used to dealing with spirits and the kami and sort of things like that. Oh crap! I thought I had magical threats on this character, and I don't. But these are a bunch of backwoods hillbillies. I probably wouldn't have been serious about it, but I probably would have made that offhand sarcastic remark of, as well as the evening has been running.
Okay.
He's probably dealing with the Fae, not thinking anything of it, not expecting it to be an actual thing, but just kind of whatever.
I follow. Then yeah, all you get is radio silence on the Matrix. Nothing comes up about her. And that's pretty much it.
Okay.
That's pretty much it. You don't get any information about her at all.
Yeah.
But folks, we do have. I think we've accomplished what we're supposed to on this one.
Oh, I think we have.
I mean those ledgers at very least are super awesome.
And I want to see a bonus going to the guy that said we'd do it within 29 minutes.
Well, I mean, we had to, considering.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's pretty good. I'm looking, it's 9 on the dot, man. That was a good call. So.
All right. Well, we get the hell out, lock up nicely, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then what? You give a call?
Give a call to whoever we're supposed to deliver the girl to, and let our Johnson know that we've got the information.
Wasn't Broadside the one that contacted us about the girl too?
As a matter of fact, I think he was.
He is.
So 2 birds, 1 stone.
So we just take it all back to Broadside, make him happy. And this is twice we've delivered unharmed young women to him.
I don't think we should be bringing her back to the other town. Let's just call him, let him know that we have her, and ask him what we should do with her.
Right. I mean, we could do that at the same time anyway. So, yes, we call him.
All right. So Broadside answers and says, great, tell me you have news. Tell me what's going. Something's got to be good, right? You got good news? Do you at least save the girl?
Oh, we have fantastic news. We have the information you need. We know where the equipment is, at least as of this moment. And we have the girl.
Splendid. That is wonderful news.
We have the video evidence of all the crap too, so.
Video evidence of all the crap.
Well, we have video evidence of them taking the trucks to where they are.
Okay.
So you can confirm that it's them. or the correct trucks, I should say.
You've got video evidence of his recorded books and where they're located.
Gotcha. Oh, well, that should do quite nicely. I will get this into the hands of my KPD buddies right away.
So where do you want us to bring the girl?
Oh. All right. She says, let's see. Let's read this. Standing across from the road from Jackknife Jed, a smile threatening to form on your face, you watch as a daughter and father are reunited. Their embrace brings a small comfort to you as you watch a KSP troopers load the sheriff and his deputies into the back of a city master. Once you contacted Broadside, it has only taken a few hours for the troopers to arrive. Handing over the ledgers and the data from the lodge and the restaurant, Broadside tells you that the state attorneys general will be filing multiple charges for racketeering and smuggling, as well as kidnapping and arms dealing. Walking over, the large troll holds out a handful of cred sticks. Fellas, I'm more than pleased with what you did here. Saving that young woman. That takes real professionalism. You're aces with me. Pocketing the sticks, you feel a slap on your back. Turning, you see Johnny Girl smiling back up at you. My friends, I cannot thank you enough for what you've done for me and my family, for all of our families. We owe you a debt. Rubbing your chin, you begin to think a few interesting ways to have that debt repaid when you hear a gentle cough from behind. Swinging around, you see the judge Likens, a very large smile on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you again for your assistance in rescuing my daughter. The judge holds out his hands out. I just want to thank you. Oh, yeah. I just want to thank you again for all that you've done for me, not just my family, but for every family in the county. He turns to Johnny Girl and continues. Looks like we could use a new sheriff. You interested in the job, Miss Norden? Raising a brow, Johnny Girl rocks back on her feet. I'll take it. Until you fire me, or find someone better. Looking at the former Marine, you have a strong suspicion there is no one better.
It's another reference.
I know.
It is another reference.
I got that reference.
Cliche.
I even got that reference.
Why do you think I groaned?
Is her name Rico?
No, I think that's what Johnny's girl references. So yeah.
Yeah.
Her dad might have been.
Anyways, yeah, really. Anyways, so yeah. Do you tell Broadside that the girl was just sitting downstairs in a very relaxed location, not really secured or guarded by anybody?
Why not?
Okay.
Why would you?
Why wouldn't we? It's like, yeah, we found her downstairs. Maybe he has video. I don't know if Nautit has a camera or not, but
Yeah, I had the camera going, so one of those. Yeah. Technically it was a secure location considering how well hidden and how locked up that office was. But the fact that she was here alone and just playing games and not, obviously, stressed up or tied up or anything.
are you suggesting we might have seen that as odd?
Yeah, I think that might have been a little odd.
I mean, was it though? Like she was absorbed in what she was doing.
She seemed
Almost as if she was willing.
not very unhappy about being kidnapped. It does seem odd to me.
Well, that's because we see it as kidnapped. She might have seen it as going to visit her uncle or whatever. Like we don't know the relationship.
Which is a reasonable thing to clarify with Broadside.
Yeah.
Sure.
You tell me.
Reasonable thing to clarify.
Okay. So he says, no, the judge was really freaked out that she was kidnapped and all that kind of stuff. You said that she was just sitting there playing video games with her headphones on and nobody guarding her or anything like that? Doesn't sound like she was actually kidnapped at all.
And the door was unlocked.
Yeah, there was at one point there was a earth spirit in the place. I assumed it was associated with somebody who owned it. But I haven't seen any indication that any of the sheriff or his men were mages. So,
Well, Haley's not magical at all, and you can sense that to prove that, to test that theory already now if you want to, and it'll be 0. But so yeah, there's why she was just sitting there relaxed. I think we'll figure it out during the interrogation with the former sheriff. So don't worry about it now.
I think checking out the video in there to see if maybe she's been in there previously would help too.
Which you'll find that she has been. She's a teenager attracted to bad men.
That's about what I thought.
Okay. All right. So that's the end of the mission. Yay.
Nice.
You guys get paid. I believe I have it as... Ooh, I have it wrong on the sheet. I have to change that.
Did we end up having to use the pay data to do embarrass him, or was it still salvageable as pay data instead?
You can do both. I have no problem with that.
Okay. Then, yeah. My character always wants to use pay data when she can.
Yeah, you can do pay data when you can.
Cool.
All right. So, grand total of 16,700 new yen from your various endeavors and rewards.
You had 16.7?
16.7, yes.
Okay. I thought it was 8.5 on the rescuing the girl.
Right, but then we also had an earlier part of that for the actual rest of the job.
Right, we had 9.7, 9.7, and 8.5 would come up to 17.2.
18.2.
9.7 and 6.5. Okay, my math was off then. Okay, hold on.
Was it 6.5 or 8.5?
I thought it was 8.5.
No, 6.5 for the girl, 6,500 for the girl.
Then your math is correct.
Okay, I thought so.
16.2?
16.7.
16.7.
Okay. I'll stop arguing. It's a larger number than I had. Everybody gets what, 400 karma? Come on.
No. 8.
8.
Still a lot.
That's nice.
I'll take it.
And then,
Street cred?
1. Nothing else.
Fantastic.
What about not that it probably matters too
rating
much.
for ID.
Yep, you get a rating for ID as well.
Yep. With licenses or no?
It wasn't negotiated or anything along those lines, but I don't have any problem saying you get 2 free licenses. Rating 4, obviously.
My last ID, I spent more on licenses than the ID itself.
That's usually how it works, because you usually need a lot of them.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 free licenses, and then we can, I assume, pay for the rest of them?
Correct.
That's still good. And does our rating with broadside go up or not so much?
Yep. So you get broadside, you get the judge, and you get Johnny Girl. Broadside's a connection 4. He goes to whatever you would have him next, most likely 3. Johnny Girl's a 3. You'll get her at 1 for loyalty. And the judge is a rating 4. You'll get him as a 1 of loyalty as well.
Cool bean.
And what's the judge's last name?
Lykins. Lykins.
Okay.
Yep, and the sheet is in the Discord chat for you all.
Okay.
Does he come with a wolfish grin?
He does. So he's another mover and shaker in the county that has his ears to the ground, and he is not exactly working the same routes as the sheriff, but the sheriff is a sheriff, and he are a thorn in each other's side. One for bad, one for good, obviously, and the judge is the lesser of the two evils.
Okay. So you said you printed that, you put that out, so I
Yep.
can catch that. I can
Yeah, it's
probably
in
grab that tomorrow.
chat.
Or,
Yeah, it's in the chat. You can get it whenever.
okay.
Right here. I just pinged your name in the Discord chat. So, all right.
Okay. So we should
Nice,
be good.
folks.
And we did it on time. After all that, yeah. If you would have gotten better on that one for your sensing of finding that freaking door,
Yeah.
that would have saved an hour and a half right there.
I mean, we knew it was there. We just didn't have a good way to get into it.
Yeah. You still would have had to come back at a later time.
Some slam dance moves with a weapon foci into the wall. It would have worked.
Pretty much.
Perfectly believable.
So, but anyways, the white lady is a fae from the Unseelie court.
We don't know that.
Well, you do now, but it's character knowledge. It's player knowledge, not character knowledge.
Sure.
I'm going to buy a knowledge skill before next game. Unseelie court.
Sure, go for it.
All I'm saying is there ain't nothing pointing to that at this point.
There's nothing at all. The really weird part about it is that the missions, this is player knowledge also, that it's saying that she doesn't know anything about a certain thing that is about to happen, but that's the only mention of it in the entire freaking mission. It's very...
What?
Yeah, exactly. And it's almost like it's supposed to be a story in a future mission or something along those lines, but it's not in the next one. I can tell you that much. So there's really no point of it even being in there. But anyways.
Oh, where was the? No, there is one where we're dealing with the Seelie Court for like a 4 run.
Yeah, that was one of season 8's. It was the Pepka series. And
I almost want to say that this was related to that for some reason.
No, it isn't. Not to my knowledge, at least. It takes place way too far into the future of it as far as chronology goes.
So, your information on the Seelie court, what is that coming from? Is there a specific author, or is it just...
So there's a book called
Court of Shadows.
Court of Shadows, thank you. For 5th edition, that has all the information about the Fae and the Seelie and the Unseelie court and a few other things that are going on. It's a plot book, basically.
Okay.
And that's I have not read it. But there is also a series of 4 CMP missions that took place, that were written for 5th edition, roughly 2.5, maybe 3 years previous to this one, and specifically taking place only in the Fae realm, with dealing with the Seelie and the Unseelie court. Yeah, that's about the extent of my knowledge of it.
Well, all right. My knowledge comes from Jim Butcher books. He writes Dresden Files.
Yep. I've got a bunch of his books. I haven't read any of them, but I've got a bunch of them I bought from our buddy. I wanted to get into them, but I didn't.
It has some parallels. I missed it about Johnny's girl. Is she a dwarf or human?
She's a human.
Okay.
All right. Anything else?
No, I think I'm going to hang up and call it an evening.
I'm going to do the same here very shortly.
Good gaming, folks.
All right, guys. Well, thank you very much for playing again, and we will see you all in 2 weeks, right? Or no, I take that back, because Christmas is in 2 weeks, isn't it?
No, Christmas is in 2.5.
No, 2.5. So the 20th is the next game, and we will be playing that one. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. The night before Yule.
Yep.
So I don't have a root canal scheduled for next time, so I should be on time for it.
Well, that always sounds like more fun. So
Yeah, really.
It was a toss up which one I wanted to do more.
Yeah, you know.
Hey, thank you, gentlemen. I am going to go. We'll see you
All right.
later. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Okay.
I will say right now, I'm spending 20 karma and getting that 4th dot of edge.
Yeah, if I can figure out how to hang up.
Boo.
Click the red button.
There she got it. All right. Good night, guys. I'm taking off too.
Good
Take care.
night.
Later.
Thanks for
Good night.
playing.
Thanks.
for running.
3 edge, best edge.
3 edges, best edge. 4 is better though.
4
But it
is
gets
definitely
expensive
better.
at that point in time.
You
Yeah.
start getting greedy at 4.
Well, okay.
At 5 edge, I spend edge on everything.
At 4 and above, you're willing to spend that edge on that random roll
Exactly.
because what the hell? At 3 edge, you're very miserly about
You're
where you
picky
spend
about
the
it, yeah.
edge.
And 2, it's like none, and I'm hoarding it until I die.
1 edge was the best because anything and everything was going to kill me, so I didn't care.
It's the dirty strategy. If you don't mind spending karma on it, you have 1 edge and then you burn it for everything. Spend, burn, buy. Spend, burn, buy for the entire mission.
Oh hell yeah!
All right, man. I'm taking off. Good night.
I'm out.
Please.
Later.